Good morning and welcome. I'm Rob Saunders. I chair the British Apples and Pears Technical Group, so it falls to me to open the meeting. This report, launched at the 90th Oxford Farming Conference just over a month ago, was written by Dr. Louise Manning and draws from a multitude of structured conversations with leaders, influencers, and disruptors from the agri-food industries. It's essentially a call to action. And amongst other things, it notes that mindsets inform thinking and concludes from the discussion that there are three prevailing mindsets in today's agricultural sector. And they're described as doom loop, drawbridge, and growth opportunity driven. From where I stand, I think the growth opportunity mindset predominates in the fruit sector. Of course, we'd like prices to be higher, costs to be lower, and the weather to be more predictable, but we must play the hand we are dealt. I see growers continually refining growing systems, adopting new varieties and storage technologies, meeting every challenge and aspiring to increase the market share occupied by UK-grown apples and pears. It continues to be a vibrant, innovative sector, and the very existence of British Apples and Pears R&D is testament to that. On the subject of BAPL R&D, I'm pleased to report that last year mostly Rachel, has been successful in securing over £200,000 in funding from external sources, leveraging and multiplying funds from grower subscriptions. We'll hear more about that later. So before we start, there are some people I would particularly like to thank. I'd like to thank Mario and Scott for hosting today's event and assisting with it. I'd like to thank the research scientists for their skill and tenacity in addressing the problems we identify for them. I'd like to thank the many growers who patiently host inconvenient trials in their orchards. I'd like to thank members of the technical group who give their time and expertise freely and undertake the weighty task of setting research priorities and, as a collective, deciding what research will be commissioned. I'd like to thank Rachel McGawley, our research manager, whose good humour, good judgment, energy, and eye for detail keeps the whole show on the road. And finally, I'd like to thank all of you, both in the room and online. Thanks for going to the effort of attending, as research without knowledge transfer and implementation is a meaningless waste of time. I hope that attending today will be to your advantage and that you'll go home with actionable insights, but I know there are always competing calls on your time, even when there are puddles in the alleyways. Welcome to the BAPL Technical Review 2026. Mario.
Thank you, Rob. Good morning, everyone. On behalf of Niab, it's a warm welcome to the 2026 Apples and Pears Technical Day. I think we are delighted to bring together today growers, researchers, advisors, and industry partners for a full day dedicated to sharing knowledge, insights, and innovation. I'm Mario Kakam, I'm the CEO of Niab. I think this event represents a continued commitment from ourselves and yourself and British Apples and Pears to strengthen the British apples and pears sector, the top fruit sector, through collaboration, research excellence, and forward-thinking solutions. Since the foundation of this place in 1913 is Molin, the ethos has been translating scientific knowledge into practical approaches to help fruit growers and horticulture producers with real challenges. I recently read the original articles of Ismolin research, and there is one paragraph in where it says that the practical needs of the industry are best served by science and investigate the process underlying current practical challenges. And I think that was something that was recognized more than 100 years ago. It's something that we still live and breathe at Niab, and I think it's something we share with all of you, and it's fantastic that we can keep taking these technical days forward. I think much has happened in the last 10 years, but I wanted to reflect on one specific day. I mean, if you look back into February 2016, that was when Niab completed the merger with Ismolin research. That was done without public sector support. It's something that probably would be very hard to do today. We were actually at the right time, at the right moment, and I think what we did, we secured a future for the sector. And I want to recognize, not myself here, because I was only 6 months at Niab at that point, but it was something that it was visionary at that point, and today we see Ismolin, the research station, still evolving, still developing, more modern than it was probably 10 years ago. Um, Many challenges are still ahead, but things are moving forward, they're evolving to really get to develop the state-of-the-art facilities that you and we all deserve to make sure that we can secure a future for the sector. I would like to as well acknowledge at this point the partnership with the East Moline Trust. Again, I think 10 years ago, the East Moline Trust was visionary to kind of support that partnership with Niab that we are today, looking back, seen as a success story. I mean, many things have happened since then. Actually, only 6 months after we came here, the UK had that famous referendum in where we, started with the Brexit process. Anyway, much is happening today. I think not all is necessarily positive, but it's important that we remain optimistic looking to the future. I had, in this kind of environment of too much noise, 3 items I wanted to highlight. One of them was Luis' report. I'm wearing different hats at times, and one of them is being the OFC director. I will be director for another year, and I've been, of course, working with Ali that just retired. And I think that report sets the scene for supporting us to think about the future in a different way. Now, the other thing, which of course it will be in your minds, is the report that Minette Bates wrote recently on farm profitability. Again, we might agree or disagree with some of the recommendations, but there is clearly there a strong message about focusing on productivity, something that we share as well at East Moline and working with Niab. Now, just to complete, if you like, my welcoming notes, is clearly we have today a fantastic program. I mean, this program brings leading experts from people working at Niab and some of the colleagues, and it's exciting times, times in where technology hopefully will make a difference, and we should be all at the forefront. We are here prepared to lead globally, and it's something that we always done in the past and we would like to continue doing in the future. Now, unfortunately, I cannot stay for the day today, although I spent, for my last 10 years at Niab, actually 6 were here in East Moline, and now back in Cambridge, and where I had this role of CEO.
Ali, can you see anything now? No? Yes. Okay, good morning, everyone, again. For those of you who are online, I think you're back with us, so a very warm welcome. I'm Scott Raffle, I'm from Niab, and I'll be chairing this morning's session. Mark, if we can have the slides. I can't, there we go, there we are. We have the housekeeping slides now. So, those of you who are online, warm welcome. You should be able to hear us and see us. We can't hear you. They can. Thank you, Ali. So we're all in business. Any questions? So as the proceedings move through the day, there will be opportunity to ask questions. For those of you in the audience, please obviously do that the usual way. For those online, please do so through the chat facility. Ali Kapper, chairman of British Apples and Pears Limited, is on hand to check those, and we will give you the opportunity to answer. We will be trying to stick to time, but we are running very late at the moment. We'll do our best to try and catch up as the day goes through. Sorry, Mark, I'm just trying to, can you go back to the previous slide? So this event is being recorded today, so there will be an opportunity to view it back. It will be on the British Apples and Pears Limited website, and that's an opportunity for those who want to watch it again, can do so. Basis points. Those of you who are here in the audience have had the opportunity to register your points at the registration desk. For those of you who are online, you will need to do so either online or using the app facility that is being set up by Basis. That is the event code, and please register your points. Now, I'm told you have to do that this week. If you don't do it this week, you miss the opportunity. If you do have any problems, technical manager at British Apples and Pears, Rachel McGauley's email address is there, and she's very happy for you to contact her. That is the programme for this morning. Because we're running short of time, I suggest that we move straight into the first presentation. Ali Kapper, Chair of British Apples and Pears Limited. Ali's going to give us an update on all the activities. A warm welcome to Ali.
Thanks, Scott. Brilliant. Good morning, everyone. Thank you for your patience. That sounds like something's happened online, has it?
Yeah, I've just disconnected.
Okay, I love a few tech gremlins. Welcome, everyone. I'm really proud that this is our third R&D Technical Day. Given the demise of AHDB and where we've come from, and I'm very proud as chair of the organisation that we have an R&D programme now that is not only up and running, but functioning really well. And actually, we're smashing it out of the park compared to the rest of fresh produce. So well done, Apples and Pears. I'm also really pleased that Horticulture Crop Protection Limited, Simon and Carlos, who are responsible for doing all of the EMEs and emergencies for the sector, are here with us today. That's another board that I chair. So the links for your sector are really strong between the two organisations. Let's see if I can make this work. These are the most important people for Apple and Pear, and they are the people that sit on your technical committee. Sorry if your mugshot is up on screen and you're not enjoying it. Chris Baker and Simon Saunders, please can we have some photographs? This is the lineup of growers, agronomists and experts that sit down with really detailed, difficult papers and difficult decision making twice a year on your behalf. If you'd like to join them, Rachel is always looking for new volunteers. But please get to know these people because they're really engaged in the sector. And without it, we can't run the R&D. To those of you whose mugshots are up on the screen, thank you very much, because without your efforts, we couldn't make all this possible. I just wanted to give a quick overview on the money. And there are a few idiosyncrasies in here, but I think this is quite important for everybody to understand where we've come from and where we are at now. You'll see there's an income line along the top. Year ending 2024, we didn't earn more than the previous year, and we're not earning less since. There was a bit of an idiosyncrasy that went on between 23 and 24 financial years. Money fell out of 23 into our 24 year. It was just the way it was raised. It was raised a month late, so it missed our year end. So what this is designed to show you is that our income is steady. So we've got a steady income stream of between about 350 and 400 coming in now. The expenditure is growing, and we have managed to create a surplus each year. That means we've now got a healthy reserve. And I'll come on to why that's really important. We're not sitting on growers' money and not going to use it. But we do need a reserve if we are going to be strategic about our R&D. Clicker's not working very well. I'm just clicking away here. Brilliant, thank you. So what's happened since we've exited AHDB? We've had to be quite tactical. And it has been it's felt like a bit seat of the pants, if I'm honest. It's been quite hard to manage this. Would we raise the levy? Would everyone pay? Could we build a reserve? Would we ever be able to do long-term research again? And those are really important questions. The answer to all of them, and I'm touching wood when I say this, can't see much wood here, so I'll just touch my own brain. The answer is yes, 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 yes. So we're now in a place where all of this is working. And again, it's thanks to the growers in the room who have given us their trust. And that trust, the British Apple and Pear Board take that trust very seriously. What it now means is that we can look at longer term multi-year programs. We now, and Rachel and I have just had the conversation in the last couple of months, we're now feeling brave enough that we want to broaden our risk register so that we're not just thinking about pest and disease. We know that's the most important thing to all growers, but we also recognise that climate change mitigation and other concerns around water, nature, nutrition are coming to the fore. So we do want to build them in to the risk register. We're not going to do that over here in a box. We're going to do it with our technical committee, with growers, with agronomists. So pest and disease will inevitably still be right at the top of the list. But we do think it's important that we build those other things in. And we now are in a position where we can start to write a 3-year plan for our R&D. And that 3-year plan, the first iteration of it that Rachel and I have written together, is going to the board tomorrow. I'm pointing here because the board will be meeting in there tomorrow. And if the board approve it, then we will be publishing that as our approach for the future. What we're looking to try and achieve is new streams of funding. And Rachel's going to go on and talk a little bit more about her success, because those new streams of funding are adding to our ability to do R&D in the sector. And our plan at the moment is to maintain the levy at the current rate and increase external funding, rather than asking growers for more money. So that's the plan. I just want to come back to that reserve, because I know as a grower myself, when I see a few hundreds of thousands of pounds sitting in reserve, it always tweaks everybody's interest. We can't go out and commit to multi-year research projects unless we've got a reserve. We've got to know we can pay for things. And in addition, and again, I sort of touch wood when I say these things, I'm old enough to remember what happened to AHDB in 2012 when the sun just didn't shine. And the AHDB horticulture levy was reduced by about, it depended on the crop sector, but between 20 and 40, 50% for some sectors. You can't take, if there's no crop, we don't get a levy for the R&D. Or if there's a reduced crop, the amount drops. But we've still got staff bills to pay. We've still got to pay salaries, and we've still got to pay our research commitments. So that's why that reserve is important. We're going to be very clear now that we've got a reserve. We will have a clear policy about what the reserve is that we want to carry. And again, I'm being careful with my words because I want the board to approve that. And once the board have approved that, we will publish it, and that's what we will stick to. Okay? Anybody who's got any questions on that, I'm very happy to take them, because I'm really pleased that we've got to this place. But I now recognise that we need to work very judiciously with the money that we have at our disposal and make sure that we're maximising every penny. So in terms of new streams of funding, I don't want to take away from Rachel and what she's going to say, but we are succeeding with the Farming Innovation Programme, and we've had 2 out of 3 wins on Adopt. And let me just say that when I walk into a room, I get quite a lot of comments of, oh, I see that you've had 2 Adopt wins, because there are quite a lot of the rest of fresh produce haven't, and there's quite a lot of farming that can't sit and say that they've had 2 wins. So again, we should be really proud of what Rachel's achieved there, and they're very exciting projects as well. BBSRC, not going to be able to remember what the acronym stands for. Rob, help me. BBSRC. Okay, well,
British Biological Research Science Council.
It's probably not quite in that order, but something like that. So BBSRC is what, for UK government, defines what we spend our scientific money on. And they have started to put some focus on our sector, because government is putting focus on our sector. I don't know where this is going to go, but I sat in a meeting again yesterday with folk from government where this is still very much on the agenda. And I am engaging very hard with the people that are thinking about this to make sure that the right sort of money comes down for our sector, because we want money that we can spend on applied research. We don't want money that you can't benefit from. And then in terms of future funding, I am starting to turn my attention to supply chain and retailers, because I don't really understand why growers should have to fund all of this. I think the supply chain has a responsibility. So I'm making a bit of a commitment to all of you that I am focused on that, and that we are going to go after them for some money. The wider R&D ecosystem, we are leading discussions across the sector here. I am looking to make sure that there is more applied research money coming forward that directly remunerates growers for their R&D actions. It really makes me cross when I have to deal with academic institutions that want growers to run trials in their orchards for nothing. And those who work in the academic space know that this really sets me off. I think if growers are being asked to do additional work on behalf of the whole sector, and they're also being asked to take a risk on their crop, they should be fairly remunerated for that. And so we are trying really hard to make sure that we're building that in to the programs that we're bringing forward. We are looking for more consolidated and organised academic support. We're really pleased with the focus that Niab have put on the sector, but I think there is a bit of leadership that's required across the whole of fresh produce to make sure that the academic community know what fresh produce need, because often what apple need, berry, or some of the veg crops need. So we do need to work more closely and collaboratively across the sector. This is a new initiative. I'd like to thank Ruben Collingwood and the board. We did a strategic review last year of, are we doing what is required for the sector? And one of the things that we've stolen from New Zealand is this really cool concept of smart orchards. This is all about how can we all learn from each other, the best practice for our orchards. And we have started to develop case studies, which are available online, and also grower workshops. We had the first one in January on pruning. Who in the room was at the pruning workshop? Hands up, please. A few. Okay, so really interested in your feedback. The feedback that I've seen has been very positive, and we had about 80 people in a quite cold workshop on quite a cold day. But they all seem to be quite happy for 3 or 4 hours, which I thought was quite extraordinary. And we're running another one again, this time at Adrian Scripps Limited on the 19th of March. And this is a joint effort between grower packers, between growers and between experts to come together. And in March, we're going to be talking about spraying, nutrition, and also crop load, because crop load and fruit size is critical to the profitability of the sector. So if you haven't already signed up for the 19th of March, please do. Subject to numbers. I don't know whether we've got a numbers. I'm looking at James. I can't move my slide on, Mark, I'm sorry. So that is just a bit more about what we did in January. And this is all available online. If you go to the grower section of the website, you will find Smart Orchards, and you will be able to look at the presentations that were given. And there was some excellent numbers and analysis in relation to fruit size. And there's also some video of some of the pruning, and some of it's gone out online as well. And that is it for me. I'm here all day. So rather than taking questions now, if there's anything burning, I'll take it. But otherwise, just come and nobble me. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Ali. Is microphone working, Mark? Yeah. Good. We'll move straight into our next talk. Simon Barnes is the director of Growing Kent and Medway. He's also my boss, and he's a very nice guy. Simon has the Growing Kent Medway programme that comes to an end later this year, and Simon has been working night and day since November on a new programme called the Local Innovation Partnership Fund, which brings industry together with local government and academia. And he's going to tell us all about what he's been doing and what his vision is for the future. Simon.
Thank you very much. And thank you to Scott for helping organise today, and for all you coming here today to hear me talk about this thing called innovation, which is sometimes quite a difficult thing to grasp hold of. And I'll explain a little bit about why I believe at the moment it's really important to understand the role of innovation in what you do, and the more extensive thing called a food system. Can I have the next slide, please? So a food system, what is a food system? And more importantly, what does a food system mean to me, and how is it relevant? I think the one word that I would put in that is resilience. I think there's a real concern about the resilience of our food system at the moment, and how robust it is in terms of the global change that we're seeing, and some of the challenges that is going to issue to our food system. It already has, and some of the challenges that are expected in the future. And that's not just the trading system, it's climate change, it's availability of resources like water, it's availability of labour. All of those things are starting to impact potentially on the resilience of the food system. And if you have a resilient food system, you stand a far better chance of its survival and its ongoing credibility. And that food system, really, what we're trying to do now with Growing Kent and Medway in the next phase, is we all hear this terminology from farm to fork, and it's been around for a long time. And we've had so many strategies about the food system. What we actually need now is a business model to make that food system work. So how are those strategies going to be turned into something that actually operates and delivers outcomes? And resilience is one of those major outcomes. And Ali, it's good to see you're going to be talking to the retailers, because for them, that's absolutely critical. The only way that our largest retailer, rightly or wrongly, is going to build its market share to 30% is to have a greater resilience in their food system than their competitors. And they're going after their competitors, and they want to see their competitors fail in their resilience, because then the shoppers will go to them and their market share will go up. So resilience is absolutely critical to the performance of the whole food system. Have the next slide, please, Mark. So what is innovation? Well, it's got a really broad description, and I'll go into it in a moment, because actually I don't think this description is particularly helpful around new or improved products, business processes, engagement in innovation, and investment. Now, there are a couple of key words that are important there: new and improved goods or services. And so often nowadays, we're seeing the services are becoming absolutely critical to that innovation, not just the goods. It's the data that you're going to use to make that innovation. It's how you're connecting different parts of the innovation together using the digital thread. And it's you actually making use of that data in real time. And there are some technological challenges of doing that. I think we know that. But what we see is this digital thread that's running throughout the whole food system. And that, again, will increase this thing called resilience for you on the farm as growers, but also for people in the pack houses and for people managing the retail. All of that data needs to come together in a more performance-based criteria than it has done before. Innovation is just not about new things. It's actually about the business models to support those new things. And that is something, again, that bringing together the business process and the technology. I was having the discussion earlier with people around things like robotics and automated systems. But you're in farming, so you might find that you're not necessarily using that automated system or robotic system for maybe then 10, 12 weeks a year. What's going to happen with the other 40 weeks? Are they just going to sit in the yard or in a shed? So you have to think about the business system that's going to make that technology work. Do you lease it? Do you buy it? How do you acquire it? Do you share it with neighbor farms? So the relationship between technology and business systems is really important. Investment is the other thing. And what we found at the work that we've done at Growing Kent and Medway is this challenge around scaling. And how do you take something and actually scale it up? So if you're working, for example, on a regenerative farming project, you might try it in a limited way. Most of you will have some form of a trial orchard. But what's the scaling? And you probably need money to do that scaling. Now, that may be your own internal resources, but certainly in other parts of the food system, that investment has to come from an external source. So what we're proposing with our next stage of Growing Kent and Medway is a dedicated investment fund here in Kent and Medway that will look to support that scaling challenge. So how do you take something from being used in a single orchard to multiple orchards? How can you invest in some of those ideas and equipment? Have the next slide, please. A little bit of talk about the industrial strategy. So when the government came in a few years ago, we actually had an industrial strategy in 2017 that was ripped up by this government, and they introduced a new one called the UK Industrial Strategy. Now, the way that they would have traditionally doing that is looking at things called Standard Innovation Trade Classification Codes, or SITCs, and they would have looked at which companies are active in innovation. This time they took a different approach. They employed an innovative company in Leeds, to basically go through all the websites of all the companies registered on Companies House and look for keywords around innovation, investment, research, and development. They then pulled those together and they came up with 8 key critical sectors that they saw for innovation. Food and agri was not one of those. And I think the main reason for that was really around there was no visibility of the R&D that you all do. And that visibility was just not great enough compared to other sectors where they talk more about R&D, defense being a typical one, automotive, aerospace. They all talk about it. There's a small number of companies. It's not a fragmented sector, so that goes straight up the agenda. So we have to address that challenge of the industrial strategy. And what we have to start to talk about are things like digital technologies, transport and logistics, and energy. And how do we actually manage to translate the industrial strategy into levering impacts for innovation within our sector? Can I have the next slide, please? I'm going to ask you, how many in the room have heard of this thing called technology readiness level? Put your hand up if you've heard of it. No, not many by the looks of things. Okay. So TRL was actually invented back in the 1960s by NASA when they were trying to introduce the first moonshot program. And what they realized was they'd be using new technologies, new materials, new fuels, and all of that would need to come together into a single project to work. And so they have this system called TRL. And basically they managed this system so that by the time things went into the program, into the project, they were ready to go. So they came up with 9 steps to technology readiness level. the reason why I'm sharing with you today is because it is still relevant for a project that you're doing and to understand where you are in the TRL scale. The discussion that's going on at the moment with BBSRC is a very interesting one, because BBSRC would say it's our job to fund TRL 1 to 3, and we do that in universities. You probably want something that's close to 7, 8 or 9, so you can put it in an orchard. Who's responsible for 4, 5 and 6? How are we actually doing those things like prototyping, modeling, validation, demonstration? And that's where collaboration that we're planning with Ali's group and with you all is to help bridge that so-called gap between 4, 5 and 6, get things out there, try them, test them, demonstrators, make sure you've got the investment, all of those kind of activities. Because if that doesn't happen, you won't get the feed through on that innovation. Can I have the next slide, please? So this is why we're talking, and Scott mentioned it, of this thing called From Ground to Growth. So this is an interesting collaboration with ourselves, the 3 universities in Kent, Kent County Council, Medway Council, and over 80 different organisations, including British Apple and Pears and British Berry Growers, to see how can we de-risk innovation for you, how can we encourage scaling, and how we can change perception that actually you're part of this wider food system and your customers want resilience, they need resilience in that food system, and how can you exploit that to introduce new systems and technologies. Have the next slide, please. I won't go through this in too much detail, but this is really what we've come up with as a kind of map to help us. So we're coming up with this term called agri-resilience. We're talking about advanced manufacturing for processes and packaging and products, bio-based solutions, health and nutrition and retail, and all of that is embraced by digital technology, energy resources, and commercialization and investment. So that package together, we hope, will appeal to government when they look at this in a couple of weeks' time and they decide to invest 20 million in the region here. It's place-based investment, but we have to demonstrate national impact. So we have to work with all of you to ensure that we get a national impact from this potentially significant investment. And again, people that are giving us project ideas, and there's a few in the room, thank you very much for giving us those project ideas. And when we hear about the funding in April, we're going to come back to you and talk to more about how we can actually get those projects off the ground. So I think the next slide is probably the last one, if I seem to remember. It is. So those are some dates that we'll be looking for, and potentially the new programme From Ground to Growth will start early next year. Thank you all very much for your time and your support, and I look forward to chatting to you later. Thank you.
Thank you, Simon. Any burning questions for Simon? Yeah, we have one. Clive, could you just wait for the microphone, please, because we need the audience who are online to be able to hear what you're asking. So thank you, Clive. It's on its way.
Thank you. Some of the technology you're discussing isn't just related to Apple and Pears. So can you just explain how other sectors that we might be involved in ourselves feature in this funding?
Yeah, that's a good question. Thank you very much for that. So we've had discussions with the Agritech Centre, for example, because again, what we're trying to avoid is a duplication in technologies. So certainly the Agritech Centre is a very important partner in this project. Niab, myself, I'm a Niab employee. So if we look at those portfolio of organisations, and this is something we've done very well at Growing Kent and Medway through our case studies, and the team have been excellent at sharing their experience. So it's about sharing and knowledge exchange that Ali talks about all of the time, and we have embraced other producer organisations and the Agritech Centre and other high-value manufacturing catapults as well to try and reduce the risk of isolated innovation, if that's the way to describe it. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. I think given the time constraints, let's move on. Rachel McGauley is our next speaker. Rachel is the technical manager for British Apples and Pears, and she's been very instrumental in making today happen. And Rachel's going to give us an overview of the current current support that British Apples and Pears Limited is giving to the industry. Rachel.
Thank you, Scott. So good morning, everybody. My name's Rachel, as Scott said. I'm the research manager at British Apples and Pears, and before that I was the fruit research manager at AHDB Horticulture. So I thought I'd give an overview. So Ali's touched on this, but I thought I'd go into a little bit more detail about like how we're progressing with the research program at British Apples and Pears. So we started back in 2023. So I kind of gauged this by the age of my son, because he was 1 when I started at AHTB Horticulture, and this week he turns 4. So yeah, time's flying. And back then I wrote a strategy for the research, and basically I lumped everything into 2 pots. There was crop protection, which was our biggest priority area, and then there was everything else. So the crop protection bit we did in real detail, and then everything else was there, but it took a back seat to crop protection. So the crop protection priorities we reviewed annually, and this was done by the agronomy group and then signed off by the technical committee. This is the top level risk register here, so with our most important pests and diseases, but there's a much longer document that all the technical committee and agronomists we work with are very familiar with. And we do this by the pests and diseases that we've seen in the current season. So you'll see that everything's got a score, and it's how common the pest is, so how likely you are to see it in an orchard. And then we times that by the amount of damage it causes, and then that gives you a score up to 25. And then that helps us steer our research. So we tend to focus on the highest priorities, but also high priorities that perhaps aren't in the red, but where we feel that we can make a difference. And this is shared on the website so that other people, if they're applying for funding, can use this as evidence in their applications. Next slide, please. So this is our R&D cycle. This has stayed the same since AHTB, and it's not broken, so I'm not planning to fix it. It works quite nicely because our meetings for the technical committee are at times of year when they're available. So we have them in November, December, and then March. And that, although growers and agronomists are never quiet, but it tends to be a slightly quieter time of year for them. And it also works well with the growing season, because it means that we can commission our research over the winter, and then our trials and experiments go over the kind of spring, summer, and autumn. So if we start at the top, we begin with an agronomy meeting each year. So this is a group of a small group of agronomists who we get together and we talk about what they've seen that past season. So pests and diseases that they've seen more of. We go through the risk register, amend any scores on there, and perhaps things that they've seen less of. And we also talk about things that they're worried about, so loss of crop like actives and any potential actives that are coming through. HCP are at that meeting, so we talk about emus and emergencies that we might be able to apply for. That meeting feeds in nicely to the December technical committee meeting. So this one's a group of growers and some agronomists, and it's that group that actually make any decisions on funding. So we use the crop protection risk register along with updates from all the research that we've funded, and then we decide where the gaps are and what our call to tender should be for the next year. Based on that, I write a call to tender, which is published in December. And it's open for people to apply for funding until March with our next technical committee meeting. February, we have our technical day, so we communicate out all the research that we've funded and also other relevant research that I think people will be interested in. So let me know if you want anything on the agenda for next year. Then we have our March technical committee meeting. So this is where the technical committee decide which of the proposals that have come in from researchers that they want to fund for that season. And then there's quite a tight turnaround with contracting, and the new research begins in April. Next slide, please. So the 2 groups that I talked about, we have an agronomy group, and it's chaired by Rob Saunders. I'm the research manager. We have Carlos, who's our fruit expert at HCP, and he's going to be talking later today. And then we have people from the main fruit agronomy groups represented, and we just have one person from each of the groups. So we've got Matt from Agri, Alex from Agravista, Nigel from AM Fresh, Tim from FAST, and Jonathan from Hutchinson's. And it's a really nice small group, and we can talk quite openly amongst each other. And the amount of work that people put into these meetings is incredible, because they think about the season and they send me emails before, so I can kind of process things. And they're all volunteers, and I'm very grateful to them. Next slide, please. So I've been slightly kinder than Ali, although I made Ali's slide. I've not shown your photos again, but this group is chaired by Rob Saunders. We have 11 grower members at the minute, and I try and get a balance of different production systems. So we've got organic and conventional, bigger growers, smaller growers, and geographical spread as well. But like Ali said, if there's anybody who has got an interest in joining that group, you don't have to join, you can just come and watch for a meeting and then see if you fancy it. And we've got 3 agronomist advisors on that group. And again, we've got Carlos sitting on there, so he is really in tune with our needs. I'm the research manager. And then we have one special agronomist who's Alex Radu, and he's got a non-disclosure agreement. So some of the products that we talk about are confidential because they're not approved yet. But Alex is the person that knows what all the products are from the ag chem companies and can talk in much more detail with HCP. So very grateful to Alex for doing that for us. And again, they're all volunteers, and their knowledge is incredible, and I couldn't do my job without them, so very grateful. Thank you. So this is my Gantt chart, and this is the way I think, and I appreciate that not everybody thinks in the same way. But so here you can see all the projects that we've funded to date. Everything in green is purely funded by British Apples and Pears. The red lines are projects where we've either had co-funding or they're completely externally funded. And you can see how the strategy that we wrote at the beginning is coming out in the research. So you'll see that the first year of funding that we made, so pretty much all the green projects are crop protection. And you can see that the projects last a year. And then the next year of funding, there's a big chunk crop protection research. And the projects last slightly longer because we realized that some results you need to look into the next year, and then there's the next year of funding. So there are 3 years, and you can see they're quite discrete pieces of work. And then in red, they're the projects that we've either had co-funding or external funding. And you can see with those, because it's not British Apples and Pears funding, we've gone wider than just pure crop protection. And you can see that there was a gap, and that is just following the change in government, because once the government changed, they stopped funding research into agriculture for a period, but it started again, and we're really focusing on that now, trying to get as much external funding as we can in. Next slide, please. So this is the evolution that Ali was talking about. So we've built up a healthy reserves position. We're feeling confident that we can move to multi-year funding, which I'm really excited about, because biological research, there's variety over years, and we need to be able to do longer term research to deliver good results for the members. I want to target an R&D fund of about £100 per hectare. So there's about 5,500 hectares of apples and pears grown. So I want to increase the research budget to about 500,000 or just over. And that's not going to come from grower members. We want to increase that by winning grants. So I'm putting pressure on myself to keep winning and get more research for the sector. And to do all this, we need to, as Ali said, improve our prioritisation, rate all the priorities together, because there are more things than just crop protection. So we need to be looking at everything and seeing how things fit together. So that's both for the British Apples and Pears research and for where I'm applying for funding. And it just helps if I know what the top priorities and how they rate all together. And then, as Ali said, there's underlying all of this, there's improved governance, which is going through the board for approval at the moment. So Ali and I have spent a lot of time thinking about how it should all work properly. Next slide, please. So the comms evolution has been a more gradual thing. We don't have such a strict annual cycle with comms. So we started back in 2023 with making an R&D area on the British Apples and Pears website. So if you could just keep clicking, please, thanks. And then in this area, we started publishing the reports. So as the research came out, we publish all the reports on there. To access the reports, they've all got a password on them, just to make sure that the research funded by you is kept to you. So if you want the password, let me know. If you don't, oh, sorry, go back one. And then we had our first conference, which was at Detling. That was just British Apples and Pears. Then I started to write a newsletter. I'm not strict with the dates of the newsletter, so I tend to produce about 3 a year. but I only write it when there's news. Otherwise, there's not much point in having a newsletter. It's quite boring. So, and then we teamed up with Scott and moved the conference here last year, which I think was much better. And it gives me an opportunity to work with Scott again, which I'm very happy about. And then Louise and I have been working on fact sheets. So we realised that growers and agronomists are very busy people. You don't necessarily want to read a great lengthy research report. So we're making 1 or 2 sides of A4 for all the projects. So we're going back through all the projects that we've got. And then the reports will still always be on the website, but you can read the short version and then see if you want more. And then hopefully from next year, we'll start making videos for some of the projects. So we're starting with the projects that we've got co-funding for, because I've put budget into numbers so that we can fund some videos and see how that goes, whether we want to do it for all the projects. Next slide, please. So yeah, if you want to get in touch, I've got a bit of a hidden email address, but research@britishapplesandpears.co.uk is me. And thank you.
Thank you, Rachel. No questions online for Rachel. Online. Okay, any very quick questions for Rachel? If not, she is here all day. I know I'm very biased because I used to work with her at the HDB. She does a brilliant job, and she's always happy to take suggestions and ideas. Okay, we better keep moving. Simon and Carlos from HCP are here with us this morning. They're going to give us an outline of all the work that they're doing to support the industry with agrochemicals.
Okay, the slide not working, are they?
If you just bear with us, we're just getting the clicker. Thank you, Sam.
Good.
You want to just hold on a sec? How long will this take, Mark?
2 seconds.
Simon, if you just want to hold on, we'll give you a proper clicker now. So
Thank you. Can't do it without a clicker.
while we're just waiting, Simon and Carlos are beaver away in the background for us as an industry, and they do the job that the AHDB previously used to do, which is to secure new products, new chemistry for us as an industry that will help us to control our pests and diseases. Simon, I think, is going first. Simon Conway.
Yeah. Right, thank you very much for inviting me to speak again. This is my second time here, so it's amazing the year's gone really quick. We are in April. HCP is 3 years old, got a 3-year anniversary. So, and thank you very much, BAPL, for their support and paying subscriptions. Keep going. The good news is our 4th year subscription is coming out. We've kept the prices exactly, the subscription exactly the same as we were in the first year, despite the sort of level of inflation we've had in those 4 years. So the message to you is we're constantly looking at that cost of how we operate and making sure we're keeping the cost as low as we can. So but it's good that we're still here and entering our 4th year. I thought rather than to go into a background of what HCP has been doing and doing, I thought I'd just give you a bit of a run through, because we're at quite a juncture, because the government is negotiating with the EU about the new phytosanitary agreement. So this is quite a moment in time. Can I just have a quick show of hands in the room? Who is aware that negotiations have started and is fully aware of what it could mean for us? You see, that's quite a lowish show of hands. So basically, the government's stated intent is to smooth the borders and there's a 5.1 billion upside for the UK economy on GDP, as I identified, which is basically the cost of Brexit. So that friction at the borders and all the other inspections, phytosanitary certificates, all that extra cost that's poured into doing business, they want to try and free up. Now, pesticides is part of that, because to have a freedom of the border, you need to have alignment of product going in and out, because you kind of different MRLs and standards. So I'll come on to it a little bit, but it's quite a critical moment. So what's happened since Brexit? Well, GB, the sort of halcyon world of we're going to do our own thing and it's all going to be brilliant, hasn't really happened. In fact, what's happened is that the UK regulator, because it had to really get up to speed and resource up to do a lot of the work that was done across Europe, spent the first couple of years sort of recruiting and getting its head around what it was going to do. And in terms of the activity and differentiation of what we could do in GB, hasn't really happened. So in terms of speed of how that the regulator works, it's been pretty slow, and we haven't really differentiated ourselves in terms of could we make GB agriculture, could we have an advantage, could we actually really help growers? Nothing much has happened. Now, if you look at the EU, it's quite an interesting divergence. GB has approved 4 brand new actives. Okay, none of them are available as a minor crop. They're on broadacre arable. One potentially we could hang a minor extension on, but there's a lot of trumpeting about, well, great, we've got these 4 new actives. What's happened in the EU is there's been 14 actives approved, but they're 100%, they're all biologicals. So quite specific, really detailed, and they haven't approved a single synthetic chemical. So quite an interesting divergence. And what's happened in that period, there's been a renewal program going on in Europe of actives as they come to renewal that's gone a lot quicker than GB. So what's happened, we've had this divergence as the EU has either withdrawn or approved some of these biologicals, and MRLs have changed. We've seen this sort of divergence. And if you're a grower in Northern Ireland, because the Windsor Agreement basically tied Northern Ireland horticulture agriculture to the EU decisions, even though the GB regulator approves actives, they're in this sort of netherworld of hell. They are losing actives and finding it very difficult. And because they're a very small market, if you're a Bayer, Syngenta of the world, why are you going to put money into a very, very small market? So that we're seeing products just dropping off the radar there. So that's a microcosm of what could happen with GB, because GB actually is quite a small market in the sort of pesticide sale agchem world. So we're seeing this sort of disadvantage. So less available chemistry and further losses to come as the renewal program starts going through. And the SPS agreement, which is a negotiation, the target is that we're going to have an alignment of actives and MRLs at some point in 2027. Ali and I were at DEFRA yesterday, and it's basically the topic of all the conversations we have about the agreement. Obviously, that's a confidential discussion negotiation that's going on, and we as an industry are feeding into that. I'll come on to a little bit in a minute. In this period since Brexit, the National Action Plan for Sustainable Pesticide Use has been issued. To be honest, again, it's a pretty bland document, hasn't really given us any direction of travel, talks a lot about IPM, and for the growers in the room, who, you are using IPM anyway, it's not exactly rocket science. So that was quite a disappointing thing. The 10% reduction target is actually quite an easy target, because with the loss of actives, naturally, that's just going to happen anyway. So quite a low target. And that's been measured on the load indicator that's been measured pretty much across arable crops. It's not being used in horticulture crops as a measure at the moment. Yes, we did approve gene editing crops, and that legislation is just about being finalised through, but it's for England only. So again, this world where we can do our own thing. If you're a plant breeder, when you're looking at just the English market, that's a very small market to be doing things if you can't sell those products elsewhere. EU, to be fair to them, is progressing. There is some signs that they are moving on that. I think it will happen. It's just and the last point, there's a lot of novel technologies coming through, whether that's biologicals, but peptides, RNAi technology. There's lots of exciting stuff that could really step change crop protection, targeted way, protect pollinators, do all the good stuff. But again, we really haven't seen any movement. So I've told you about the declared position. This is alignment. It is going to happen. The question is how, what, and when, and that is the big question. And we are as an industry absolutely united in the way this is done. And I remember we talked about when Brexit was happening about this hard Brexit. We're absolutely talking about that would be a disaster for the industry. For those of you, we are going to get slides. There's a link there to the Anderson's report that came out about 2 weeks ago, which is an index. Basically, it's a modelling what a hard stop would be. So if you're mid-season, so say we'll put a day out there, but say May 2027, suddenly we're saying we're aligning with EU actives and MRLs. So, and there are about 18 actives that GB has still got. The EU has withdrawn or has lost. That becomes live. Imagine if you've applied that on your crop, you've suddenly got a crop that's probably got an MRL of a substance that's banned. How are you going to sell that product? So that is not where you want to go. Believe me that DEFRA understand that. and they will be fighting hard to make sure that doesn't happen. And we're arguing that there needs to be at least a sort of 2-year grace period for you to be able to run it. And if you think about the extended supply chain of AgChem, where it's actually been manufactured, stored, held, and then growers, and then it's going to be disposed of. This is a long process. You can't just hard stop. So the industry is massively focused on that message getting into DEFRA. The Anderson report does and had feed in from BAPL, so that number is I've pulled out of the report. So they're saying if there was a hard stop mid-season, the impact of British apples and pears is that in that range. The lowest was 16 to 27. Anderson's done a lot of reports. It depends in sectors, soft fruit obviously more. It's worth noting there are 180 actives due for renewal between now and 27. That was in the Anderson report as well, which is a hell of a lot. And as I said to you, the GB is so far behind and there's no active renewal plan at the moment. There's a risk in these next, year and a half, there's going to be more divergence as well. So we've got to watch this space, but it is a key point, I said, and that we've got to make sure that we don't leave British growers with disadvantages. Now, that's a bit doom and gloom. There are some upsides to the SPS agreement. The EU has a larger toolkit, so it has more products, it's more co-forms, it has access to more biologicals. Suddenly, when you've only got the small GB market for manufacturers, you've suddenly got, it opens up. So in theory, we'll have access. There are commercially available products in Europe that are not available in GB just for commercial reasons, because the AgChem companies won't support them being here. So you should be able to get access to those. The EU is fast tracking biologicals. So we should better jump on the back of that. There are some products with higher gaps and higher usage in EU. Savante Prime, Bayer product, for example, has got higher gap, higher MRL in Europe. So why wouldn't we get the upside as well? It's not all downside. Obviously, for those of you exporting, it should make it cheaper and smoother, and obviously importing the phytosanitary for plants as well. So it's not all downside, and there is I think a general support in the industry that if we can smooth the borders and get a frictionless trade, there is a benefit. So please don't go away from here all doom and gloom, but just be aware there is a very crucial negotiation that DEFRA needs to come out on the right side out. And I said there's quite an industry collective messaging in. I sit on a working party in the SPS agreement. Ali's been invited to speak at there's a crop life press event in Westminster in about 4 weeks, Ali, isn't there? That Ali's talking from a grower perspective, association perspective, making that case. They're inviting a lot of MPs and journalists to that. So please be assured we're speaking on the subject. And a quick mention about what's in it for us and why you continue to subscribe. I picked out some good stuff that's been going on. So we managed to secure some surplus levy funds, your funds that you paid into HDB historically. 55,000 was the BAPL share of that. Rachel grabbed that really quickly, and 41,000 spent on an IPM project with Niab. So it's great. The last little bit was released, so there's another 14,000 sitting there to come back in. Joe McTighe and Carlos have done a very in-depth gap analysis, which is now just been published, and we'll be able to share with all the associations in terms of what's going on in Europe, what's available, what isn't, and opportunities. We are subscribing to the Homologa database, which gives us really good access of looking into what activities are worldwide, globally, and whether we can have opportunities there as well. And don't underestimate the relationship that this team carried forward with CRD and the AgChem companies and the distributors like the Agris and Hutchinson's of the world. That conduit in the middle there to making sure all that flows and keeps all the information going. And we are getting continued access to discounted rates. So if you are making applications or even having meetings with CRD, they make quite stiff charges, which actually we get discounted rates or don't get costs for having meetings with them. So it's good. And Carlos will give you all the detail about what's going on for apples and pears. There are 3 EMUs applied in last year for BAPL. It's been quite tricky. There's not been massive. You are lucky in some ways that you've got a lot of on-can or on-label approvals compared to a lot of the other sectors. But we are starting to see some opportunities, and Carlos will talk a bit more about that now. Yeah.
Okay.
Well,
can we make it? Do you mind taking it at the end, Clive? Or
well, I'd rather ask it now.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
So I used to sit on the PSD advisory committee, and then that transformed into CRD.
Yeah.
And for 30 years, when we were in the EU, we were never dynamically aligned with the pesticide usage within the EU. It never happened. So where are CRD now on this dynamic of alignment? Because we need them to be on board, and effectively they become defunct. I can't see that happening. Their health and safety directorate.
Lots of things to unpick there. Are they defunct? Well, when we were in the EU, you still have to have a national regulator because there are still national decisions to be taken, particularly on minor uses. That is still in control of the national regulator. It's a point I've been making that actually we've got to enable our regulator to start getting ready, because there are actives that we need to get hold of that we currently haven't got. And how do we speed that process up? Because the nightmare scenario is you get an alignment, so you lose the 18 actives you've got, and there are some on fruit. Immediately that happens, then you get a gap of say a year or 18 months for actually to start approving, or because mutual recognition really wasn't, CRD really didn't like that and didn't do as much. So I'm saying we've got to enable. It's not just about negotiating with the EU. It's the government DEFRA looking at our regulator and saying, how do you going to enable us to still have good access and not be at a competitive disadvantage? But the CRD, yeah, and the one I'll add to that, the other complication, which I did mention 2 weeks ago at a conference I spoke at, is the political situation in GB is quite tricky. And you think in 27, say an EU agreement gets done at the end of 27, we're probably about 18 months from an election. Reforms policy is the SPS agreement is binned. So do we sign up to an agreement and then suddenly that is all thrown out? And the EU are already putting in clauses saying, well, there's cost to that. So I haven't really answered the question, but it's difficult.
Well, I'm Carlos. Well, continue. This is the Apple and Pear authorizations that were achieved since HCP started between 2023 and today. These are the apples and pears applications that are currently with CRD. The one Cypron is pretty much about to be issued. If I can take for reference the other Cypron applications that I've submitted at the same time that were already issued. And these are what I have in store for the next applications. Vintech, I just got the green light to make the application, and the other ones are pretty much dependent on the renewal of the products that are still ongoing, and they take a long time in the UK. So a renewal of authorization, a new EMU cannot be submitted if the product itself it's under renewal, and pretty much is what's happening with Shark and Spectrum. I also working with the company for the product that, well, I can't name, but it came out as being a very good product in the SCAP trials. These are the remaining products that were trialed either in SCAB or in Canker. Two products I know now that can't be chased. Two products that did well in Canker trials. And the remaining three of them, the first two on the top, the company does not allow me to disclose their name, but the first one, the company is actually pursuing an application for apples. It's with CRD, it's ongoing for years. So any development would be good news. The second one is a bit far behind. but the company is still interested in pursuing it. I don't know why they don't allow me to disclose the name. And the last one, this is apologies, it's my mistake. I can disclose the name. It's Arizona from Adama, and the company is pursuing an application for apples. It's not entirely clear how that authorization would look like, if it's going to be on label or if I need to submit it myself. But it's we know that is a few years away, at least 2028. There are other possibilities that I'm also chasing, and most of these possibilities they come from identifying products that have uses elsewhere for apples that exist in here, the actives, but either there are no products for it or they are not authorized for apples. So at this point, they are still being discussed with the companies if we have the proper data, so we can apply to them as having authorization for apples and pears. Regarding any possible alignment with the UK, with the EU, there is the danger of a cliff edge. Of course, there is not having enough time for a kind of an adaptation, losing actives all of a sudden. But there are other actives that are approved in the EU that they have uses in apples, and they are very interesting. There is a divergence that has been happening, and that divergence is not just on the losing actives regarding the EU. It's not just because they are approving more actives, while we only approved 4. It's because CRD is also becoming a bit more conservative in assessing products. And what I mean is the restrictions that the products have, they are stricter. So our gaps in the UK, they are usually lower than the ones that are approved in the EU, if they are approved, because there are products approved in the EU that are not approved in here for the same crops. Since Brexit, we actively lost 78 actives. From the majority of these actives did not have any authorized products, and plus 8 of these ones, they were not really relevant for horticulture. 90 of those actives, they were actually relevant for horticulture. And in addition to those actives that were lost, and within those 19, some of them were also withdrawn in the EU, we actually lost actively products because companies did not support them in here, because the UK market was not interesting enough for them to keep those products in here. Amongst those products are Applaud, buprofenzin, that would target whitefly, Nisoron, Ethiozox. You might know this one. This was targeting mites. Runner, methylphenoxide, that would target caterpillars in apples as well. Borneo, etoxazole. A company is trying to bring it over under a parallel import now, but that one was also lost in here. Future Record, no fly, also attacking whitefly and trips. And BASF ROX 3+4, that was targeting codling moth. All of these products we lost, it's because they did not lost approval, or they were not authorized in here. It's because the companies did not support them in here. They ceased to sell them in here.
Carlos, we've got 1 minute left.
Okay. So in addition to the new actives that we might that are all of these actives that are authorized in the EU, all of them as Apple's uses, and I have another list more that have other Apple uses. So if there is any kind of alignment, surely we can chase them if the companies are willing to bring them into the UK. We have challenges in getting authorizations. So now we have reports of damages from pests that not used to be a problem. The sluggishness in active renewal actually keeps us well behind. We can't do renewals on products. We can't chase authorizations because CRD doesn't do the renewals of the products. CRD being very conservative now is keeping products from being authorized. So products that are already authorized for apples or any other crops in the EU are not authorized in here because the conditions in here are very, very strict. And an example of that is a Stamiprid, Gazelle, and Sivanto Prime that are authorized elsewhere with good gaps, and the gaps in here, even if they are authorized, are expected to be way lower. And the changes in the work exposure models in the UK, they are also very limitative. That basically, in some of the products authorizations unusable because growers need to be suiting themselves as astronauts in order to apply the products. These are the products that we lost or are about to lose. This one actually is being supported again in the EU. And well, keep in touch. This is where you can find us. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much to Carlos and Simon. We have a question online. Ali, would you like to read that out?
Yeah. Will there be any movement on the 5-year crop destruct rule for trialling new pesticides in the UK to bring us in line with the EU?
Sorry? Will there be any change in the 5-year crop destroy rule with alignment?
No, not really. If you have a product that is not really approved in the UK, that rule will still apply. So a product needs to be authorized in the UK in order to have been trialed in that crop. If it's not allowed for that crop, the harvest, well, what comes from the harvest of that crop needs to be destroyed.
Thank you very much indeed. In interest of time again, I think we're going to draw that to a close. You guys hanging around for the rest of the day? Yeah, so please grab Carlos or Simon. Because we're running so late, we're going to just have a 10-minute break. I think Mitzi has got teas and coffees ready. Toilets are there. So please make your way, grab a coffee, and we'll start again at 2:45. For those online, please join us again at 2:45. I would like to introduce my colleague, Matt Rupar. Matt is known to many of you here as our resident pathologist at Niab's East Malling site. Matt has been doing a lot of work for the industry in recent years on apple canker, and it continues to be a very high priority on Rachel's risk register. Matt's going to give us a holistic approach to control of apple canker. Matt.
Yeah, hi there. Let me get this a bit higher. Can anyone hear me online and everything? Yeah. Well, first apology on behalf of the organizers for giving me 40 minutes to talk about this. So you're going to have to bear with it. But the bright side, I tried to make it a bit shorter so we can catch up with the rest of the schedule today. But what we're going to try to do, we're going to try to look some of the canker management overview that has been researched and we know that works. And then we're going to look at some things that we've done in the last 2 years or 3 years with co-funding of British Apples and Pears and other sources on physical and chemical properties that may be linked to canker severity in commercial production, and on soil beneficial microbes that you can use to kind of alleviate some of the canker impacts. And hopefully we're going to have time for some discussion at the end. So this you know very well. This is the symptoms of the canker. What I might want to add here is that not just apple and pear are susceptible. We know that more than 100 different species are susceptible, so your hedgerow might be a source of your inoculum. I've even found recently canker on ash trees around the site where I have very highly infected apple next to them. They got infected as well, not all, but some. So, but on apple in particular, it kills branches and trees if the cankers are the main stems. And the important thing on biology is they have two different types of spores. One very local that come from young cankers, and they're called conidia, and one that can disperse long distance, they're called ascospores. They're produced by older cankers. And then if you don't have dead branches and kill trees, you still have problems with fruit quality, with the fruit rot, if you have high canker prevalence in the orchards, and then you have a quick decline of the orchard. So you have many different facets, not just dead branches that are a problem in canker. In terms of management challenges, we have many here, and you know this even better than I do. We have inoculum and the bits that get infected. So any type of wound on the tree we have present all year round. So inoculum is produced every time it rains on lesions that you see there. So every canker lesion will produce thousands and thousands of spores. You only need half an hour of rain. You need 1 millimeter is sufficient. And then we have little wounds all across the season. So we have pruning wounds in the season, now in the winter and spring, and then we have all the petal wounds, we have the lenticel wounds, picking wounds, leaf scars, etc. So you name it, plenty of infection points for neonectia to come in. And then we also have all the commercial cultivars susceptible. There are slight variations. Some are less susceptible than others. And we have high density planting, so spread can be very quick from one tree to another. And then we have often very ineffective chemical products in terms of getting on that little wound that needs to be protected at the right time and act for the right amount of time after it's been applied to actually protect that wound from infection. So it's very difficult. And what's more, now that the chemistry is being withdrawn massively, we don't have a lot of any really effective biocontrol products against canker that just haven't been developed for the particular application that canker needs. But what we do have is the inoculum removal, which is the most effective things that you can really do. I'm not going to talk about breeding, but there is a lot of efforts to breed for canker-resistant cultivars, but it's a huge problem. There is no one source of one gene or one of few genes that are the major resistance genes. From our breeders, I learned that it's actually hundreds and hundreds of very small contributions. So it would take very long time, we think, to breed a very resistant cultivar, not like in scab, when you have like 2 or 3 genes you put together and you have very robust resistance. It's not going to be the same. So the main bit of the overview of canker management so far is you can't spray canker away at any point. You can't kill the lesions, so you might stop it from sporulating for a little bit. But when the rain's going to wash, when the lesion is going to grow, it's going to sporulate again, produce more spores. And every millimeter of length, so that lesion that is on the top corner, that's a centimeter long or a bit longer, that will have 100,000 spores produced every time it rains. You can protect leaf scars to some degree. You need very good coverage of all the leaf scars, and you can use Captan, you can use fludoxone, you can use tabiconazole. They will all work. But they only work on the leaf scars that are exposed at the time that you spray them. So the ones that haven't been exposed, they're not going to be protected, and then they can be washed away. Or if the leaf scars are not healing, you might have a month later, after the leaf scars have been protected for 2 weeks, they can still get infected if it's cold and it doesn't heal. So you're not doing much there if you're just spraying. And then you have, on top of leaf scars, you have picking and pruning wounds, which is much bigger, much more difficult to hit with your spray chemical, any type of chemical. And actually, in New Zealand, they have done this experiment with growers where they paid growers extra, like 6 or 7 orchards, to do double the spraying effort at the key points, and a different set of 6, 7 orchards where they doubled the pruning effort. And when they doubled the spraying effort, they didn't reduce canker whatsoever. They had the same amount of canker, the same number of trees with canker at the beginning at the end of 5 years. But when they doubled the amount of effort for pruning, they went from 30% trees with canker in year 1 to less than 5% trees in the same 5 orchards in year 3. So it can be done, but it's a lot of work. And just to bring the kind of the message home, this is what's happening, and different colors represent how much spores you get from just one canker on the top of the tree. Every time it rains, most of the spores will wash down the tree. So if you have a canker high up, you will have everything infected down there, where every little wound that is infected. Sometimes even the growth cracks of the branches will get infected if it's very high inoculum levels. And then when you fan out, then the wind and the rain will spread canker on these neighboring trees. And then if you leave the cankers for long enough that they start producing ascospores, they're going to spread around from one orchard to another, from row to row and onwards. And then the numbers here are something that you have to think about. So you produce 10,000 spores plus ascospores that we're not going to count, and you need only 5 to 10 for the next infection. So every canker that you're leaving in is like a factory of spores. They're constantly pumping them out every time it rains. So you can't cover all the wounds all the time with spraying. So if you remove that canker, that's the situation. Then you have no spores on that tree. That you can only have spores coming off from other trees, the long distance spores. So basically, if you reduce the inoculum, you reduce the problem straight away. So when can you do that? I have new orchards here first because I think they're the most important places to start with removing cankers and managing with pruning. Any sunny day, never in the rain, because that's where the inoculum is produced. And if you make a cut there, it's going to get infected. And the warmer the time of the year that you're doing it, the faster the wounds are going to heal, and the less likely is for neonectia to sporulate. So you're going to have less of those cuts that you make get infected. So the worst is to go out now when it's cold, it's rainy, and it's not the trees are not healing, but the canker is sporulating. When it comes to young orchards, I think the first 12 to 18 months are the most important to really monitor all the trees if you can, because that's where all the nursery infections that might be latent, where you plant them, you didn't see them, will likely express. And you have the infections of all the little nicks and wounds that were made on the trees while they were lifting them, while they were storing them, while you were planting them. They may get infected if it's a high inoculum potential around. They might get infected and they will get expressed. So those trees, if they have cankers on rootstocks or the main stems, they really should be removed when they're young, because they're going to be a source of infection, and you're going to just battle in terms of pruning and crop management on those trees, which are going to be smaller and not producing the quality of crop that you want. And then have cankers numbers reduced to 0 if you can, and you can kind of manage your with sprays canker. If you have between 1% and 3% of trees with canker, then you're going to keep the 1 to 3% if you just spray. If it goes about 3 to 5%, it's very difficult. About 5%, it's almost impossible. It will keep increasing canker. And you can do this by like 3 different ways that have been trialed, and they're effective in different circumstances. One of the canker champions, so you have 1 or 2 people that go to all your new orchards and check them monthly if you wish. And that's their main task apart from other things, but they do that. Or if you don't have that, if you have just loads of people that in the orchards in and out, then you can put canker bounties on. So in a new orchard that you want to keep something that's very precious, you maybe put £1 for every canker that they found in the first year, and then like 50p in the second year when they've cut out most of them. And you kind of motivate people to look, and you need to kind of explain what they're doing. And then the hotspot marking is really important, because when you found your canker, it's been there for a while. If it's a 1 centimeter long, it's been there for months. So it has been producing spores before you found it. So those trees around are much more likely to get infected. So if you mark the tree with a tag, spray paint, something, that next time when the next person is coming around, they see, oh, this was infected before, but we removed it. It will look at the next trees around to make sure that those cankers are removed. And then when you have your inoculum to 0, then the management is actually quite straightforward. And when it comes to mature orchard, then you have your pruning, you have everything else going on and picking and everything. And so I try to kind of make a list of when you would want to go out, prune cankers out of your orchard to have the biggest impact. And the biggest impact you have pre-harvest and during harvest, because that's where it's driest. It's the trees are healing the fastest, probably. You still have staff on your farms, and you reduce, if you take those cankers out, you reduce the inoculum for all the picking wounds, for all the leaf scars, and all the pruning wounds in the winter. So you just remove all that risk. And then if you can't do that, then after harvest, it's another very good time. But then some of the picking wounds might be still exposed to higher levels of inoculum that you would want. Then you have a winter tidy up and spring clean. They're always good if you have the time to do it. Remove if you can, but it's very difficult to do winter tidy up in the weather conditions that would be appropriate to cutting cankers out. So, and if you're only cutting cankers out in spring, then all winter they had chance to sporulate, get new inoculations going. So it's not very effective. So the first two are the most effective ones. And then how? Well, protect all big cuts if you can. And the second really important thing is that I don't see much done in the UK is remove and destroy all cuttings out of the orchard. So there's no point having cuttings at in the row, because they will still be producing spores, especially young cankers. You see them, you cut it out, you restrict its supply of energy, and it turns into an old canker producing ascospores. Now they're spreading long distance. Before there was just a short distance spreading. So cutting everything out and getting it out of the orchard. And if you can't get it out, keep it dry, cover it so it's dry so it doesn't sporulate before you chip it. And you can compost it just as long as you reach the temperature of 55 to 60 degrees, or you burn them. That's what they do in New Zealand. They just get all the chippings out and burn. And then you can remove, I already said about hotspot marking and removing trees. So that's fine, but you have sometimes very old trees that have big cankers, and around them, all the other trees and the fruit can get infected with them. It's a very labor-consuming to grind the cankers out, but it's getting easier now when you have a good battery-powered drills where you can put a brush on, a wire brush on. You can really grind down to clean wood quite quickly, and then protect that wound, and then monitor it. And you can get rid of the main stem cankers on big trees as well. So very quickly, you have canker problem because there is inoculum in the orchards, and every time it rains, inoculum is released. Spraying is a constant battle, so you try to protect things rather than remove the inoculum. And if you're doing the inocular removal, then prune in the dry weather, and then prune to the clean wood and protect all the cuts, and then remove trees and remove and destroy all cuttings when you take them out. And then monitoring, especially young orchards, is a key to get them clean in the first 3 years. When they're in full production on year 3, if they're clean at that point, you will still get cankers in, but you can stay on top of it. If you don't stay on top of it, then by year 4, you might have 20% of trees with canker, and that's not gonna be a long-lasting orchard. So that's for the overview. And now the soil. So we have been looking at the soil for a couple of years now, and we did it because in 2018, we planted 3 sites with exactly the same trees. We inoculated the trees in F.P. Matthews Nursery up north. So we knew they were from the same field and the same amount of inoculum. Then we planted them on 3 sites that were within like 20 miles in Kent. And we got very different canker outcomes. So there was one site, you see very low amounts of canker, and on other 2 sites, very high. And we couldn't find why would that be. There were very similar climate, very similar trees, very similar everything, but the soil was different. There was 2 on the top of the hill, 1 at the bottom. And so we thought maybe soil could explain some of the differences that we see in how much canker is expressed, because we know that all trees were inoculated, but not all expressed. So something is at play there. And we looked at the literature, and we actually found that nitrogen, as you all know now, is accelerating canker. So you have excess nitrogen either applied post-harvest on the trees or applied to the soil, it will make canker worse. So we thought, okay, this is a nutrient that could be in the soil. We're going to look at that. So with co-funding of BAPL and British Research Council, BBSRC, we decided to look at this at a larger scale and focus on actual farms rather than do small-scale trials. So we looked at whether we can explain the variation that you have in canker, either within your orchards when you think, oh, you have a really bad patch of canker here, but the rest is fine, or between orchards when you have a good orchard and a bad. If we can explain this to some degree with what soil those trees are on. So we engaged growers, and I have to thank all of you who have participated to get us kind of candidate orchards that we can then have a look. So we got a lot of location and orchard age and cultivars from all around UK. We got about 160 altogether. And then we got your canker scores as well. What is it, good orchard, bad, or really bad? And we had some previous soil data from orchards. So from that, we then selected the most relevant cultivars and the most relevant age. Because if you have a very old orchard, you're going to have more canker just because it's older. And if you have a very young orchard, it might not have expressed yet. So we looked at the orchards that were planted from 2012 to 2022. And we did assessment in 24, 25. And we looked in every orchard we went in and we counted, we assessed canker, counted all the cankers top to bottom of the tree, regardless of the size, on the every 15th tree on every 5th row. So we just get a grid across the orchard. And then when we done that, we're taking 2 samples. One from the best 5 trees that we assessed. So trees that normally didn't have canker. So we took the sample there, mixed it in a bag. And then we, in the same orchard, took a high canker sample, the trees that had the most canker found in the orchard. And we had 2 samples, high canker, low canker, and we analyzed all that through external provider of soil analysis that you'd probably use. We used NRM. We did a lot of data analysis, but I'm not going to go into detail here. I'm just going to show how the 72 orchards, where they were. So mostly they were in 3 regions in Kent, and we had some up in sort of Midland area, if you wish. We had loads of different soil types in, from clay to silt and onwards. And then you can see how canker, how different amounts of canker were present in different orchards. So you can see that every region has some black dots, which are orchards with very low canker, and loads of regions have a lot of yellow spots as well, orchards with very high canker. So first we asked, can soil predict why a bit of orchard or those trees in the orchard that we find with a high amount of canker, is the soil the probable reason for that? And I don't think it is. So when we assessed this, we found no or low correlation between the canker and soil parameters within each orchard. And I think this is the best explained or presented by the 2 orchards that are circled on the graph there. So the closer the dots they are, the more similar the soil. And those 2 circled ones are 2 different orchards where the soil is actually very similar, but one has no canker and the other one has 30 plus cankers per tree. So the soil is not dissimilar between those 2. So that was kind of the first thing, but there was still some very tentative kind of important variables that they were coming out even at this stage already. This I'm going to skip because it's just saying that it's very, very low correlation that we found, but there were the same parameters you're going to see here as you're going to see then between orchards. So then we looked, okay, within orchard, it's probably where your inoculum appeared first and how it spread, and where you cut it out and where you didn't will kind of predict where the canker is, not soil as much. Orchards seem to be quite uniform, not all, but the ones we looked. So we said, okay, now we're going to take average canker that we find in the orchard and average soil condition that we found in the orchard. And now we see that we have kind of slightly better correlation. So the dots around the line are less scattered than they were before. But this is the kind of, when we looked at all the different types of analysis that we kind of highlighted some, then we found that if we found high calcium and cation exchange capacity in the soil, high organic matter, carbon, nitrogen, and high amount of clay, then those orchards have on average higher amount of canker. And when we found higher amount of iron, percent of silt or molybdenum, those orchards had on average less canker. So that's not to say that that drives the differences, but that's just the first relation. We don't know whether it's something completely different and this is complete fluke that molybdenum is higher or iron is higher in the soil in those orchards. We need to do in the next stage, the next step here to actually validate this. But this is good in terms that if you can manage, if you can increase iron levels, you might be able to get better canker management. I've already going to that. So the first thing that was really striking to me is the high cation exchange capacity and calcium, which are kind of related between, and they were both related to high canker. I did not expect that whatsoever. And that is because high cation exchange capacity normally is related with healthy soils that have high nutrient retention, higher buffering exchange, less nutrient leaching and all that, and more stable microbiome normally. But we found that in the orchards which had more canker. So that might just mean more fertile soils give you more susceptible trees. They could be just that. So that's going to be very difficult to manage. And even more, calcium is involved in a lot of defense signaling. So we don't know whether calcium in the soil that we were looking is actually higher than in the tree. Or is it just calcium legacy of a lot of liming in those orchards, or a lot of chalk that those orchards were on? We can't tell. We just find more calcium. That's it. We know that organic matter and nitrogen increase canker from other research. But what we did not expect is that iron and molybdenum were involved. So these are the two things that you can potentially manage and increase in the soil if you find that it's in deficit. But we're not quite sure that that is actually what's going on there, because we have still 72 orchards is not a high number. We have different orchard management practices they can be a much higher, larger effect than the soil. We have different cultivars ages, and we looked at canker and soil just one time point. And those trees have been there for 10 years. They've been constantly in contact with the soil and constantly being kind of infected with canker. So one snapshot can't predict much. So in the future, we think we need to kind of now take the trees and give them different fertigation and see whether the canker actually is less or more, gets less or more in the trees with a different fertigation. So that's for the next. And then the last bit that I'm going to quickly talk about, we presented this before, but now we have some really good new data that we've done more assessments. We looked at if soil beneficial microbes can improve your canker or improve canker management. And we looked at two different fungal microbes. We looked at mycorrhizal fungi and we looked at trichoderma, because they were both, for different reasons, reported to help with tree health, either by managing stress, by managing diseases directly. So we set up an experiment together with Avalon Fresh and Agrovista, funded by Innovate UK. And it was now the third or the fourth year that has finished, and then assessments were carried out with the support from British Apples and Pears. We planted 6 orchards, about 200 trees, 150 per orchard, and we had different amendments. We have just mycorrhiza, just trichoderma. We had 2 different products of trichoderma, and then we were mixing them together, mycorrhiza and trichoderma, and can control. And what we saw this year, this was a trend from year 1. This was a slight trend, but now it's very, very obvious that the tree mortality, so the amount of trees that survive to year 4 now, has been significantly decreased by from about 5% there on average across 6 sites to below 1%, where the tree roots got mycorrhiza and the Vintec trichoderma. But what you can see here is that the variability across site was huge. Some sites have almost no mortality. Some sites had really high mortality. So it's up and down, but the treatment of combining mycorrhiza and Vintec reduced mortality across all sites. So that was really good. Then we looked at the main stem canker, so on rootstocks or on the main stem. We didn't see any significant effects there for any of the years, including this one. It's even higher between site differences. So you have a clockhouse site that has no main stem cankers or no trees were found with main stem cankers in the higher side, we had 100% of trees with main stem canker. So that is just goes to show that one was planted away from everything else at the bottom of the hill in the new orchard, and the Hale site was planted deliberately in one row in a very, very bad canker orchard. So that's your difference in inoculum pressure right there. In 3 years, there was no other differences in kind of management. So all treatments did reduce a little bit, but not significantly. But when it comes to having peripheral canker, so on branches, the canker that's constantly getting infected from those lesions that you have, then we see that the AMF treatment on average have reduced not the amount of trees that you get with canker, so that you still get the same kind of number of trees that express canker, but overall the canker seem to be spreading a bit lower level. So AMF trees had on average lower number of cankers on branches, and that was mainly driven by 2 sites, Hale and Roughway. In those 2 sites, AMF worked really well, reduced canker numbers by more than 50%, and it didn't kind of look that good on other sites. So it could be soil-specific effect that you have there. So the AMF could be really working really well in some soils, but not the others. So for beneficial microbes, now we see across the 3 years that we have a reducing mortality, so that could have a really long-lasting effect if that persists, and could make your orchard much more profitable and much more uniform across its kind of duration. But we have to say that this is not just about canker. Not all trees were dead because of canker. Some died of maybe soil pathogens, some died maybe of stress. But it looks like if you add mycorrhiza and trichoderma to those trees, they might be able to survive multiple different stresses, not just canker. And on AMF front, we think you can reduce the amount of canker that is the amount of peripheral canker that you have. And the good thing is that all the products that we use are commercially available. And I believe EMU for Vintech you have a Vintech as a foliar application, but we do it here as a soil application to the roots. And I believe the EMU is out and it's supposed to be approved hopefully this year. Now, another thing that I want to say here is that a part of the same project, but slightly on a tangent, is that you can increase arbuscular mycorrhiza in your soils in the orchard in different ways. You don't have to just add it. When we grew the particular blend of wildflowers that Michelle has developed for pollinators and natural predators, because they're much better than grass at getting in top contact and feed beneficial fungi, we've increased by 50% or more the amount of beneficial mycorrhizal fungi that we found in the orchards or in the alleyways of the row that had wildflowers next to the row that didn't. So that increased over a single year. So that's another way that you can bring benefits in the orchard. And we're now continuing that in the Adopt project that was already mentioned. We have now planted 2 much larger orchards where we have 600 plus trees, and we have testing now, in addition to mycorrhiza and trichoderma, we're looking at biochar as well for soil improvement, water retention. So we have a kind of 3 factors, if you wish, in these trials, and we're gonna be assessing for the next 2 years, and we're gonna be reporting on that. So in very quick take-home messages is remove and destroy canker lesions. That's the most important one, and remove them out from the orchard. Spraying only is a constant battle. So you can only do that if you have very low canker levels, and monitoring is really important, especially in the young orchards. Then on cankerous soil properties, we found some relations, but we need to confirm them. So I wouldn't say, yes, go and do this to your soil now. We're not at that stage yet, but we should be in the next year or so if we do a bit more trials. And then what would I definitely say is use trichoderma and use mycorrhizal amendments when you're planting new trees, because they won't do any harm. But depending on the soil, they might do a lot of benefit or a little benefit. So here I'm gonna stop, and I'm gonna really thank all the funders. So the British Apples and Pears, the Biology and Biotechnology Research Council, there we go, we have it here. Growing Cantermeadow was a big support for a lot of this project, and East Malling Trust, and then all the growers, agronomists that were involved, especially AM Fresh and Agrovista, and our teams were great assessing everything, bringing me data so I can crunch it and then present. So hopefully I didn't take all 40 minutes, but
Thank you very much, Matt. You've done us proud. And it's exactly when Rachel and I put the programme together, we wanted a really good comprehensive overview of our knowledge on canker, and you've given us that. And unsurprisingly on this subject, we have a number of questions already online. So Ali.
Matt, I think the first two we can put together. What commercial protective paints would you recommend for canker wounds, and what do you suggest is used to protect large trunk cuts post removal of canker lesions?
Yeah, that's a tricky one. So any paint that is low temperature flexible still, so kind of polymer that doesn't crack at the low temperatures would be fine. So I know that in New Zealand they have a particular paint that is used in aero industry, where the airplanes have to go up and down, change all the temperature, and that works really well. It's not very expensive, but you can only buy it in really large amounts. I'm not sure if you get it here. Some of the paints that are used for things like cold stores that have been designed to withstand changes in temperature, they will be fine. I don't know any of the brands, but what I know that we don't have, and that's something that I think we should try to push. We don't have any commercial paints of any description that will have any fungicide in, and that is a problem. In New Zealand and in Europe, they might have some. I'm not sure about Europe anymore, but I'm certain in New Zealand they have a Captain mixed with a very good paint, and they will use that. And if all other fails, just the normal paint that is used for pruning, that will protect a bit. But the problem with this, that if you have a paint that cracks, then if the spores get in, they're even more protected from your sprays, and it's worse.
What that sounds like to me is there's a piece of work there. We need to be able to give you all a recommendation on what to use. So I'm going to take that away and sort that out, because that's, no offense, but that's not a good enough answer for growers. And then I've got two more questions now. How can you tell if the canker is old enough to produce long distance spores?
In time, I would say anything that's been on the tree for more than 6 months is probably producing them, but you can see, especially in the autumn, where a lot of ascospores will be produced, you can see kind of a millimeter wide little globular perithecia. Those are producing. They're quite distinctly dark red to dark red. So when you see those on the cankers, you might need to remove some of the bark to see them. But when you see them, then those have been already spreading when you found them, because they were there for months probably. It takes quite a while to mature. So that's how you tell.
6 months. Okay. And if you have spotted canker in winter, would you wait to summer to prune it out?
Well, it depends what it is. If it's very high up, I would prune it straight away, because that's going to rain down on the whole tree. If it's low down on the branch, it's if you imagine this conical shape of spores raining down, it's not affecting many other trees, then you might do it later. But very high up wounds will only get infected from higher up. So if you have a high canker high up on the tree, I would say remove it as soon as possible. Even if that, because you cut it in the wrong time, maybe that cut is going to get infected again, but at least you can then cut it at the right time later on and not get infection in between, if it's possible.
Okay, any final questions from the floor here in Kent? Yes, we've got one here from Ryan.
Hi, Matt.
Oh, yeah.
You mentioned about increasing the spraying effort and increasing the pruning effort.
Yeah.
The spraying effort is self-explanatory, but the pruning effort, what do you mean by you've doubled the pruning effort?
Right. So what they've done is they normally had 2 canker walks. They would have a summer and a winter one, and that was just people just running through cutting cankers out. That was the baseline, if you wish. And then they've done either 4 or 6 canker walks of the same. And what they've done on the year 3 or 4 is they realized that actually they're missing so much because no one has done a proper training. So people didn't know what canker looked like, and they left it in rather than cut it out. And when they changed that was very quickly resolved into that you actually don't need 6. It's probably 4 is enough. 3 could be enough, but if people are really cutting everything out, that's the time. Are you doing one walk really quickly, or they're doing one walk really slowly? It's the amount of cankers that you're removing per hour of work is what you kind of want to optimize.
Okay, thank you. I think we need to move on. Thank you very much for all your questions. Hope Matt has given you sufficient answers.
Yeah, I'll stay around here if it's more.
Matt's around certainly for lunch, aren't you?
Yeah, yeah.
Okay, Matt, thank you very much for just now. So next in our programme, we've got some input from our agronomy companies. SCAB is something that we regularly talk about on this platform. And on the schedule that was advertised, we have Don Pendergrass from Agri. Well, unfortunately, Don has got some family illness, but his colleague Matt Greep has kindly agreed to step in. Matt has reassured me that he's not a research scientist, and I think he makes that very clear. But Matt, you're going to just give us some information on behalf of Don and behalf of Agri on work that you've been doing to investigate scab resistance.
Yeah, absolutely. Thank you, Scott. Good afternoon, everyone. And please share with me in sending Don our best wishes, but apologies, he can't be here now. I'm going to go through Don's presentation. I am an agronomist, so I have a good understanding of the content, but any scientists in the room, please aim those questions at Don, as the particulars around the isolates are beyond me. So this hopefully will work. So why are we here talking about sensitivity and scab screening? The team at Agri over the last 5 years have been carrying out trials in looking at what we predicted was sensitivity shifts in the fungicides that we have in our armory for controlling scab on farm. I'm going to talk through a few slides here that will illustrate to you the trial that we have implemented and that we've been carrying out. And last year I mentioned to Rachel that Agri would love to share this information with the wider industry. And these are the preliminary stages of sharing that information with you. So hopefully I'll give you a good understanding of what the trial is, how we're going to proceed with it, and hopefully how we can include BAPL in the data that we're finding. And do pardon me from reading from my paper so I can get through the notes. So the scab samples are generally taken from leaf lesions in the orchards in the months of July and August. And we have 5 sites that we've been collecting from across the UK, from Kent across to Herefordshire and up to Wisbech. And the approach has been to compare and contrast between orchards that we as agri-agronomists are advising on, and so that we can see the differences in terms of results in the orchard and then follow that through into the lab. And hopefully from those lab results, we can then start to understand what the trends are and compare that with real life information, what the agronomists and the farmers are seeing out on farm. It's important to note at this stage that this is a general disease management and decision management tool, and this is not what Don has put here, an official screening system. Okay, so this is a snapshot in time as to what we're seeing in that particular season, and then comparing it year on year with the same orchards. It's important to note that the work is carried out by FERA, and we've been using the team at FERA for the last 5 years. And we begin by setting up a screen rangefinder assessment. And that's done on a known population of scab to give us a metric to work from, so that when we're using different products at varying rates, we can find that rate to work from. And the metric we're using is to try and aim for 70 to 80% control of the pathogen. The original tests were carried out on known scab populations, except for the VAO, where we had to use a previous season scab for us to carry out the test for VAO. Okay. So what we found in the earlier stages by taking these samples from varied regions is that you might think that something like a cider apple orchard, which inherently has fewer applications, and possibly even a more narrow range of fungicides, that you'd expect to see some more sensitivity shift there. But actually with the dessert orchards and the frequency of applications and the range of applications, if there is a breakdown or if there's a sensitivity shift within that, we can see that quite rapidly. I think I've covered off that there. So let's have a look at the trial itself, and let's start to go through some of the outcomes that we've found so far in the 5 years to date. We've got 2 samples here from 2 different orchards. I'm not going to focus in on the trade names, but we'll talk more about the active ingredients just now. And what you can see here is that the 2,3-SKS seems to be inhibiting growth less effectively than the 2,3-SSK1. So on the right-hand side, you'll see that the inoculums began to grow more effectively than on the left-hand side. And often we can identify patterns that explain these issues. So for example, it might be overuse of certain chemistry, not changing up the mode of action, or possibly some application issues in the field. But these are typically what we're looking for in the scab screening trial. So moving on to the more broader data, this is just to illustrate the detail of 1 year of tests. Okay, so this is all the analysis that we took for one single season. And the color coding in here is largely to draw your eye towards the differences that we're finding. And if you focus in on the orange squares, you'll see that those are the ones that we're concerned of the most. And probably the key thing to note here is where the actives show a lot of variation. For example, you can see with Captan, dithianon, and trifloxystrobin, that this may point to some genuine difference in efficacy in the orchards that we've taken samples from. And you have to remember that this is found in an orchard, that what is found in the orchard is what has got through the fungicide program. Okay, so what we're seeing here in the agar plates is what's got through the fungicide program. We've taken that sample in July or August, put it into the lab. Essentially, it's what's got through the program the agronomist and the grower has been using. Where a negative value is seen, it's not saying there is resistance, but it is, in this situation, that a concern that we may be seeing arising and that we need to evaluate further. So you can see that on that single column there under trifloxystrobin. So we can see here a comparison across 2 years, and we've taken a mean analysis across that. And you'll see that the trends are very similar. However, the difference we are seeing with fluxoperoxide as an SDHI analog is a cause for concern. And the reason that we are flagging that is we can then build the trial work we're carrying out to get more of a picture as to what's happening with that product in the orchard. And at this point, we seem to be seeing a middling drift with trifloxystrobin, dithianon, and Captan. And this seems to fit the fact they're not as effective in the orchard as they once were. And as we've heard already this morning, with the reducing armory that you guys have got in the field, we may become over dependent on some of these products which historically have performed better. It's important to say here at this stage, considering we've been carrying this analysis out for the last 5 years in the same format, we have decided to take a move now in a slightly different direction into how we carry out the trial to align ourselves more closely to the fight against blight, which some of you may be aware of. And we've spoken to FERA about that, and they'll be adopting that from this season forwards. And essentially that methodology, which Don would be able to explain much better than me, but it's looking at the same samples, but it's 6 different concentrations, and then looking at that shift across a period of years. Okay, so I've just covered some of that off there. It's important to note that with the Fight Against Blight program, the volume of samples that they are processing is in the hundreds and thousands, not what we're looking at here. So if we as an industry really want to get behind this and look at it in a more detailed way, then we need to think about how BAPL and the industry, Agri and our research facilities can look at broadening this out to get a clearer picture and see where these shifts are happening. The 2025 results are not quite yet ready to show, but for those who would like to see the results, we do have an agronomy conference in March at our technology centre at Throws Farm, an Apple dedicated agronomy day, and you'd be very welcome to come and join us there to see the results. So we did notice in 2025 that efficacy against fluxoperoxide showed a mixed trend, and with most showing good control, but one site showing quite poor efficacy. And the other clear thing was that trifloxystrobin was not very effective where it was used in a program, which indicates to us that possibly those products might be seeing a slip off from the types of controls we were hoping to achieve in years gone by. A few watch outs on this one for me as an agronomist would be that we know that the armory is reducing, and we know that the key fungicide groups that we have availability of are getting pushed to probably their maximum performance. So rotation of fungicides, application timing, understanding disease pressure, and using the tools that you've all been using before, implementing those and really engaging with those for your decision making is the most important. And going forward, what you may want to look more closely at is what sort of bioelicitation products are available to help strengthen the plant's defenses to partner some of this. I think that's the last slide, Scott.
Thank you very much indeed, Matt.
Thank you.
Matt, before you dash off, we do have a question. You may find it difficult to answer this, and
We'll
I
give it a go.
appreciate it's difficult without Don here, but we have a question online.
Don't actually have a question from me. So if you want, it's a question for Don, not for you to answer now, but if you want British Apples and Pears to broaden this out, can we have a proposal, please?
Absolutely, Ali.
Okay, fantastic. Thank you.
Any other questions from the floor here in Kent, or any other comments, thoughts from particular agronomists? No, nothing at the moment. Thank you, Matt, very much indeed. Okay, and we're actually back on track in terms of timing, which is great news. Jonathan Blackman from Hutchinson's has spoken on this platform before. Despite the slight concern about the results of the work that Agri have been doing, we've positioned Jonathan at this point in the programme because I think you've got some more positive news for us, or certainly some positive recommendations about improving resilience and scab control. Jonathan.
Yeah, thank you, Scott. I know I'm fully aware that I stand between you and lunch, and I've got to try and summarise 5 years worth of data. So it's necessarily going to be a quick scoot through, but hopefully some good messages for you all. As we've just heard, there are challenges in scab control. So we're losing fungicides. So you will not be using Dodine this year. That's now gone. We're going to see restrictions on use, for sure. We're going to see reduced permitted rates of captan. So that's all going to put more pressure. I think one of my colleagues described scab control as we're rather on the ragged edge these days. It only needs something to go slightly wrong, whether that's application, weather, potentially, as we've just heard, shifts in sensitivity, and we're then chasing scab for the rest of the season. So what we were interested in doing really was to look at some of potential products. The other issue is, as an industry, what do? We just keep planting more and more scab susceptible varieties. So we're not helping ourselves. We're using varieties that have been bred in other parts of the world, not for our climate. That's the market. We have to accept we're there, and therefore we need to try and improve the robustness of our control. The other thing is, I was in the Netherlands in September, and they were saying pear scabs becoming more of a problem. And as many of you in the industry know, where the Dutch lead we often tend to follow. So I don't know whether we're going to see more pear scab, but that's potentially an issue going forward as well. So it's not just apples where this could be an issue. So we set up these trials in 2021. We called it Improving Robustness in Scab Control, or IRIS. The concept behind it was to look for products that could glue the program together to fill those gaps that we felt either we had at that time or we could see coming with products disappearing from the marketplace. Some of these are biostimulants, and they may be elicitor type products. They might improve the general health of the tree. We've also looked at nutrient products as well, which can have an impact on disease. We've looked at biofungicides as well, so things that perhaps are in the market on other crops that could potentially be useful on apples. And I think some of the things that Carlos put up are some of the things we've been looking at. But we have also looked at some new conventional fungicides that are in the marketplace. So these are slot trials, and manufacturers can come to us and say, well, we got this product. Would you like to have a look at it? So we've done that as well. So how's this been designed? Well, of course, we have an untreated control, but I'll explain what we mean by untreated when I get into a little bit more detail. And then a full scab control program to compare everything else against. But we also have what we call a light program. So one of the problems with scab trials is if you just let everything run, then the pressure is so high, it's not really a fair test of the products. We wanted enough scab infection in order to assess the products, but not to have a complete wipeout trial. And then the trial products as the slots in the trial. So in these 5 years, we've looked at a whole range of things. You can see biostimulants, biofungicides, quite a few nutritional feeds. We've looked at one growth regulator and also a couple of traditional conventional fungicides. So these are fully replicated experiments that we've been doing at a trial site on the Gloucestershire-Herefordshire border. OAT have done the work for us. These are fully replicated. We've done statistical analysis on these trials. So these are not look-sees, these are fully replicated trials. 400 litres a hectare of water has been the standard water volume. All the plots have received a base treatment in the spring. So we're not starting, so even the untreated was getting something at the start, so that we weren't letting things run out of control. We also decided we wanted a degree of dynamic design depending on the disease pressure and the season. So we could change the spray intervals. So if we were going into a very low risk period, what's the point of going every 7 days? Let's stretch it out a bit. If pressure was high, let's close the gaps up. And OAT have been fantastically flexible in helping us with that. Come and do it. So we assessed leaf scab in June and August. We've also assessed fruit scab prior to harvest and at harvest. And I think it's important to assess both because, as you'll see, we find differences between leaf scab and fruit scab control with some of the products. Because we've been looking at biostimulants as well, we felt it was important to look at any biostimulant effects over and above any effects on disease. So some of these biostimulants will have claims about increasing yield and quality. So we have done some assessment of that as well. So we've looked at more than 20 products. Guess what? Some of them didn't work, which is great to find out, you know, and this is not just in a single season with some of these. We've looked at them 2, 3, 4 years, and we've got consistently poor results. However, there are a number where we have had consistent results, and those are the ones I want to focus on today because we think these are the ones that will have value to you as growers. So we've looked at phosphites, Force in particular, which is a stabilized potassium phosphite. We know there are lots of phosphites out there in the market, but this is a particularly good formulation. There is a little bit of nitrogen in there as well, so it's a potassium phosphite. It's a biostimulant. we also know that phosphites stimulate the plant's own defense mechanisms. So this is where we think it's doing something. This is a stabilized formulation. If it's not a stabilized formulation, once you've opened a can, oxygen gets in, phosphite converts to phosphate, and you don't get the phosphite effect. So stabilized formulation is really important so that you're not getting that oxidation in the tank. And the rate we used was 1 litre per hectare on each spray round. So the next product I'm going to talk about is one called ProCrop ISR. This is from Alltech. It's essentially a byproduct of fermentation. So you've got a soup of bacterial fermentation media and dead yeast in there. And obviously yeast is a fungus. And if you challenge a plant with a fungus, the plant has its own detection mechanisms that will switch on its own protection against disease. There is some copper in this product as well. And again, this rate was at 1 litre per hectare. And interestingly, this is approved certainly by OF&G for organic use. Next one we looked at was Reef, which is a nutritional product. This is a liquid mineral fertilizer, which is principally sulfur and copper in it. It's a very nice formulation, mixes with lots of things. It's an SC formulation, but it's just straight sulfur and copper. Good rain fastness, leaf coverage, just a nice formulation of things that we know about already, sulfur and copper. And that was at a rate of 2.5 litres a hectare each spray round. Then we have this product called Trident Plus. Again, nutritional product, copper and zinc and cobalt. And again, a good formulation. Part of it is to enhance the uptake into the plant. And that was at a rate of 2 litres per hectare. So we know from previous work, some of the work that AHDB did on powdery mildew on apples, that manganese has a suppressive effect on disease. So we want to look at that. So Mantrac is a high manganese product, 500 grams per litre of manganese. There's quick uptake. Manganese is very mobile within the plant, so you know that can be helpful. And it's quite a low rate with this product, it's just 250 mils per hectare. And the last one I want to talk about is the growth regulator we looked at, which is Kudos, prohexidine calcium, which I'm sure many of you are using for setting crops and for growth control. But we know from the literature and in other parts of Europe, prohexidine is used for fire blight control, but there have been other trials which suggest that there might be some reduction in scab through using these growth regulators. So what we did here was we looked at a program of application, two applications at 0.6 before flowering, and then follow that up with 3 at half that rate post flowering and into June. So 5 applications altogether of Kudos. So just remind you, the controls, untreated. Our robust control was once all the plots have received their pre-trial treatments, was using dithianon, Stelan Pro every time through the spray rounds. The light control was just one fungicide pre-flowering and nothing after flowering. Changed slightly through the trial years, but it was just one application. Just to give you an idea of how much scab we've had in the trials in the 5 years. So we didn't assess fruit scab in the first year, but you can see we've had good levels of fruit scab in the untreated controls, leaf scab, and decent levels of fruit scab in terms of a trial, with 2023 being quite high on leaf scab. But just to show you roughly how much, because the results I'm going to show are based on percentage control, so that's giving you some idea of scab levels in the trials. So just running through these are box plots. So if you haven't seen these before, the boxes basically show the middle 50% of the range of results over the 5 years. The whiskers on the outside are the extremes. The X in the middle is the mean over the 5 years, and the line is the median. But I wanted to just try and relatively quickly present to you the range of effects that we've had over 5 years. So you can see, you know, on the left-hand side there, robust control has given us good control of leaf scab on average every year over the 5 years. The light variable, and that's going to reflect the amount of scab infection we've had each year. We have moved the plots around a bit as well, so that we're not seeing carryover from one year to another, although we did 1 year repeat the light treatment, I think, on the same plot just to see what happened, but we also did it on a new plot. But it just shows that, yeah, there is quite a bit of variability in that light program, and that in some years it was enough. If we had a dry summer, then you're not getting the same level of scab in a wet one. And then if you look at these are the products, so Procrop and Kudos we have looked at for 5 years. Trident is 3 years. You can see, compared with the light program, we're seeing a significant uplift, or trend in an uplift. What I have to say is we have had very little, or it's been difficult to get statistical significance in any 1 year. But if you look at the 5 years worth of data together, there is a clear trend and we're getting an improvement. So the higher up this graph the bars are, the better the control. If we look at fruit scab, again, a similar trend, and perhaps not so good with the growth regulator, but the Procrop in particular showing a good reduction in fruit scab, and certainly, you know, matching, if not doing better than the light treatment. These products, we've only got 2 years worth of data, so I've got both of them on here. So you've got your robust and light on the right. This is percent control. So your robust giving you pretty much 100% control of leaf scab in 24 and almost in 25. You can see the reduction that the light program's given and the uplift in control that we're getting with using the phosphite product, the Force, and also with the nutritional products. Quite significant. I say significant, I can't claim statistical significance at the moment, but we need to do more analysis. But there is a clear trend there that we're picking out. The manganese, perhaps not so much. Remember back to the AHDB work on powdery mildew, then manganese was providing very good effects on powdery mildew control. We're seeing something happening here, but it's perhaps not quite as good as on powdery. And if we look at fruit scab with these products as well, we are seeing perhaps less effect on fruit scab than we are with leaf scab. And as a trend, I would say with the biostimulant products, we've seen better reduction in leaf scab than we have with fruit scab. But of course, leaf scab is your inoculum for fruit scab. So we wouldn't say, you know, you'd be relying on any of these products, but certainly for certain parts of the season, it can provide some glue to hold your programs together. The other thing we're interested in is if we're going to see lower doses of Captan on labels, well, can we improve control by putting some of these products together? So here you've got straight Captan at the lower rate of 1.4 kilograms per hectare. And then by adding in phosphite or adding in the Procrop, we've seen an increase in leaf and fruit scab control. Perhaps more so with leaf scab, as I just said, that we tend to see with these biostimulant products, which these two products are, an increase in leaf scab control, but not quite so good on fruit scab. So we have looked at other data, as I've said. We've looked at harvest yields and fruit size. They are small plots, so it's very difficult to get statistical significance, because if you've got 5 trees, I think they're 2 tree plots for disease purposes, which is fine for disease, but you're going to have different flower bud numbers on each tree. So the trees are going to be much more of a variable than the treatments you're putting on there. So the statistics have not been helpful, and we have seen big variations year to year. So we haven't been able to make any clear conclusions about the biostimulant effects, but that was just a side thing we wanted to look at. It was more about the reduction in scab. We also wanted to look at russeting with some of these nutritional products. If you're using sulfur, for example, we have seen a little bit, but nothing that would be commercially an issue. And also, we did spot one year that we thought there might have been a little bit less rust mite damage on some of the plots. Again, didn't reach statistical significance, but an interesting observation. So whilst we haven't got statistical significance on biostimulant effects, our friends at Landseer have done some work, and I think, Stephen, you're talking about it in a week or two's time. So we'll talk about this in a bit more detail, but this is using hyperspectral imaging to look at the impact of biostimulants on the health of a tree. And what you've got here is an untreated area, and this is treated with Procrop ISR, that the greener or the redder it is, then the greener and healthier the leaf is. And you can see where the biostimulant was used compared with the untreated, you've got a healthier tree, and the same with the biostimulant against the farm standard program. So it is possible to discern on a larger scale basis that there are effects of biostimulants, a bit more difficult in small plots. So things to think about. As I say, none of the disease differences reach statistical significance if we look at each individual year. I think what we need to do, having got 5 years worth of data with some of these, is actually start to do a multi-year analysis and try and get some statistical evidence that we've got a clear trend out of it. It's not easy getting statistical significance out of some of these trials, but we want to try and prove that these are real effects. What we are seeing are consistent trends with these products. So by looking at these over long periods of time, 4 or 5 years, we are seeing consistent trends, and that gives us some confidence in the results that we're getting. And as a result of that, a number of these products are already being used by growers in commercial spray programs to help them with robustness in the scab control. Other things to note. As I say, scab pressure has varied from year to year. So the degree of extra help that we've needed has varied from year to year, and that's inevitable. That's growing. That's what the weather does to us. So we have seen variable disease levels around the trial. That's why it becomes difficult some years to discern statistically significant differences. One of the other things we have done, so we've used RimPro weather data and scab prediction to try and adjust the programs. At the same time this work's been going on, we've been involved in an Innovate project looking at spore trapping to collect ascospores. And what we found is we're trapping spores when RimPro is saying they won't be around, or sometimes vice versa. So that's something I always say to growers. This is a model. It's not the real world. It's trying to estimate what's happening in the real world, but it may well be true that it's not giving you a true result in your individual orchards. And we are working with companies to look at spore trapping. It's not done in this country. We haven't done any spore trapping work to inform growers for probably 40 years. Other parts of Europe, there are routine spore trapping networks to help growers decide when they need to use robust controls, when they can ease off. So thank you for listening. With thanks to the companies who've supported the work on the products I've talked about. We've had a number of other companies who've put products into the trials. Necessarily a relatively quick skip through, but I'm happy to take any questions.
Thank you, Jonathan.
If there are
any
any there.
questions? Yep, we've got one at the floor. Just wait for the microphone, please. It's on its way.
Do you know, obviously I know every product's different, but do you know on average how many applications of each product you did? And where in the growing cycle did you start applying the products?
So these all applied from flowering onwards, and they were through until end of June, early July, something like that, depending on the season. So it's probably, I'd have to go back through it, but minimum 6 sprays or something like that, they're in there. So it is a program. So we're looking at the cumulative effect, but part of it is to try and make sure that they're close enough together, particularly some of the biostimulant products. If you don't do them at short enough intervals, then you start to lose the effect because you're not challenging the plant anymore. So something like ProCrop, for example, you get an uplift in the defense mechanisms, that the genes that are switched on, and that will produce the chemicals which have antifungal properties, or will prevent the infection or make it harder for the fungus to infect. But you will then, that effect will drop off unless you top it up again.
Okay, another one.
Jonathan, I take it was Gala, the variety on trial?
Sorry, yes, it was Gala, yes, yeah.
Thank you. I think Ali has a comment.
Actually, 2 questions. Where growers have started to adopt some of this in their programs, have we got any way of collating any data on success or otherwise? That's the first question. And the second is with regard to spore trapping, should we be seriously thinking about a proposal on that?
Well, I'll deal with the second one first, in that there is ongoing work on that we're involved with. I think the more data you've got, the better the decisions you can make, and the more data that's based on the real world as opposed to models. So, for example, in Limburg in Belgium, they have an extensive network of spore traps, but those are physical traps that people have to go out to collect the samples every day. They go back to a lab, so the government pays for it. What we're looking at is trying to automate that. And if there's automatic traps available, then we get into the question of who might fund a network of automatic traps.
Can we have a proposal, please? Because there might be, there may be the ability to think about this.
Yeah,
okay.
yeah. But we're still, it's at the pre-competitive stage really at the moment. So, but when there's something that could be used in a network, then it's something we can certainly talk about. In terms of assessing the effectiveness of this with commercial use, that's always difficult because people use these products in different ways, and no one's going out doing assessments. I think where people are using them, they are happy with the results that they're getting, and certainly the agronomists are having slightly less sleepless nights as a result. It's just that extra bit of glue to keep programs together so that by the time we get to harvest, growers are happy.
I understand all that, and I also understand there's some commercial sensitivity here, but I want to be able to disseminate best practice to the industry. And it's finding a way to grab that and make it available to everybody. So if we could have a chat about that.
Some more conversations to be had. It's almost lunch. Rachel and I have been very naughty, and we've got to shoehorn one last speaker in who's only got a couple of slides, but some of the difficulties and problems that have been discussed, we felt it was appropriate for Mark von Bochel from Vital Fluid just to share with us some information he's got on a very exciting new product. So Mark, welcome.
Thank you. Good afternoon, everybody. First of all, Rachel, thank you for squeezing us in and doing this small pitch. So my name is Mark van Bokstel. I have 15 years experience in agri and horticulture, and I'm now working for 4 years already for Vital Fluid. And Vital Fluid is a Dutch company, and we create plasma activated water, which we can use as a residue-free fungal disease control. So one of the big issues that we already discussed the whole morning is the scab in apple. And there are getting more and more restrictions on the chemicals which you can use against scab. There's also a big delisting on all kind of chemicals. And the scab is getting more and more resistance on all of those chemicals. But nature might have a solution for this. And that's during a thunderstorm, because during a thunderstorm, it rains plasma activated water. Plasma, lightning is a plasma, like fire and like the sun. It's a very high energetic force, which is capable of splitting the atoms in the air. And then it creates all kinds of free radicals, which are highly disinfecting, which you can use to disinfect all kinds of properties. So that's what we did. We copied this lightning, this natural process in a machine. And we only use water, air, and electricity to do this. So we use the air, which consists of N2 and O2. We use the water, which consists of H2O. If you put in a plasma in between, you split all those atoms and you create this disinfecting water. And we use this disinfecting water to spray it onto the apples, onto the trees, to kill the scab. And that is a very good solution because it is totally sustainable, because we only use water, air, and electricity. You can use it in your current spraying tanks, so that it's easy to adapt. And it kills the scab without any residue. So the big benefits for growers is that it is a totally sustainable solution. It is residue-free. The pathogen cannot be resistant on this plasma activated water. And there are no re-entry intervals, because if you spray it afterwards, there are no residues and you can go into the field directly to pick the apple or to do your other maintenance in the field. So that's in a nutshell what we do. And we are now looking for the top apple growers in the UK to do trials on this on the fields and to kill the scab in the fields and to show the efficacy that we showed in the Netherlands on all kind of trial results. We trialed it with Fruit Consult on apple, but we also had a lot of efficacy and trials and also commercial activities in strawberries, cucumber, and roses. And the next market is apple for us. So feel free during lunch to ask me and to see if there are apple growers to work with us together. Thank you very much.
Mark, thank you very much. I think you've come to the right place. I'm sure there'll be lots of people who will want to speak to you over lunch. I think we'll leave it there. Please do grab all the speakers from this morning over lunch. We're going to have a break now until 10 to 2, so that's 45 minutes. There is lunch is served for those of you in Kent and teas and coffees. For those of you who are online, we hope you've enjoyed this morning. Please join us again at 10 to 2. Thank you.
Okay. Can you hear me okay? Yeah. No. So welcome to the third session. So we're moving on to pests now after covering diseases earlier. And first up, we've got Alex, so another of our kind agronomists who help us from Agrovista, and he's going to cover the very lengthy topic of season-long control of priority pests. So thank you very much.
Thank you, Rachel. I'll try not to make it too lengthy because I know we're still running a bit late. And yeah, I'm the lucky one to have the session after lunch. So I'll try to keep you all awake. No, not that one. Sorry, it's okay. Is the last one at the bottom of the screen? Right, so yeah, thank you, Rachel. Thanks everyone. Thanks for letting me talk about one of my favorite subjects. I'll try to keep you all awake. Hopefully the presentation is going to kick off soon. Is the last one at the bottom of the page. IT help desk. Cool. Right. So without further ado, right. I'm not going to try to teach grandma's like eggs, but I just thought it will be very useful to talk to you about some pests that I think are becoming a bit more difficult to control in orchards nowadays. So kicking off with apple blossom weevil, it's a localized pest, but can be one of the most destructive pests in apple orchards. It overwinters as adults, and in spring they migrate into orchards around bud bursts, and females lay eggs in the buds that developed into capped blossoms. So that's how the larvae look like. Forest bug. Another one that emerged a few years ago and is becoming more important on some sites, on some farms, localized but quite important. And research shows that the highest risk for fruit damage is around shortly before flowering or sometimes after as well. And it's the nymphs that actually cause the damage. They feed on the buds, on the flower buds, and that results in distorted fruit and pitting. And yeah, not a pretty picture there. Rosy apple aphids, well-known pests of apple orchards. It is one of the most important aphids for top fruit crops. Widespread, and it establishes very quickly and builds up populations very quickly, and it can cause damage quite rapidly. And it's very difficult to keep under control since afterwards. Woolly aphids, a sporadic pest, but certainly increasing in importance, and bearing in mind the fact that we are going to lose some useful actives in the future. I think it's certainly going to increase in importance. It already causes some problems in some of the orchards, and one of the issues is that the aphids can overwinter. They can survive the winter on the trunk and on the branches or the feathers, and build up colonies quite rapidly as soon as the temperatures pick up. Needless to say, codling moth, one of the most important ones we've got. Pests we have attacks, the larvae attack the fruit directly, and they cause damage even at a low population densities. And of course, it can be a problem in pear orchards also. Now we're really lucky. We also have secondary pests, and quite a few of them. I'm not going to talk too much about them. I'll only just mention a few, the kind of like the most important secondary pests. We've got winter moth, we've got summer fruit tortrix, fruity tortrix, we've got sawfly, capsids, rust mites, rhynchitis, scale insects, and spider mites. So for all of these, we've got to monitor. We've got to keep an eye out, assess the levels of the population and assess the pressure throughout the season, and then decide when we need to make an application or if so at all. So, control strategy. Well, for sustainable and effective control of pests on farm, we have to adopt a really sound IPM approach. Just bearing in mind the recent National Action Plan developments, bearing in mind the fact that we are losing actives, and depending on how the alignment with the EU will go, we're probably going to lose some more. We are going to gain some as well, but certainly going to lose some more. I think that this is really important to take all the available steps to reduce the pest pressure on farm and improve the efficacy of the control options that we've got of our control methods. So, cultural control, well, in prevention, we've got some limited opportunities on farm, practical options as such, but they're very important nevertheless. We've got to try to improve and preserve the levels of beneficials on farm, because they help us keep on top of the build-up. They'll reduce the build-up of pests. So yeah, we can do that by establishing wildflower mixes and habitats for beneficials, introducing refuges, introducing potentially physical barriers, netting as such. and to try to reduce host plants if possible in the area. If you think about like fire blight, like hawthorn, etc. And for all the pests, we really think, and we encourage everyone to bear in mind that you need to monitor thoroughly your crops, to make sure that you identify where you've got significant pest pressure, to identify the levels, how the population develops, how it builds up, and to apply treatment only where it is necessary, but also when it is necessary. We recommend considering biocontrol and natural control options. Organic and bio product insecticides gives some good control of insect pests of certain species on farm. Applications of entomopathogenic nematodes, they help reduce some pest populations as well. So it's an important step that we think is worth considering. And in the future, it's going to become ever more important. Synthetic options are still very important to us, and they need to be timed well, but often can have a broad spectrum activity. So they will have an impact on non-target species and the wider environment. And some of them actually have quite long persistency. So it will also have a detrimental effect on pollinators, so on fruit sets as such. So, product choice, timing of application are ever more important. So let's kick off with the first two, controlling apple blossom weevil and forest bug. Mentioned before, and this is going to be a bit repetitive, I have to say, but it's because it's so important. Good monitoring is very important to make sure that you apply treatment when it's necessary and only where you have thresholds. So we're lucky to have pest thresholds for most of the important pests. For this one is 5 per 50 taps. On the beating tray. So assess the orchards regularly in spring and assess the pressure. And similarly for forest bug, for that one, the threshold is a bit lower. It's actually 2 per 100 taps. So we need to assess when it's necessary to treat and where. The risk for crop damage is during bud burst up to early mouse year, but for forest bug is actually also post blossom as well. There are some natural enemies, and we should try to encourage them in our orchards. Birds, parasitoids, some orchard predators. So again, biodiversity will always help. The timing of the applications, we recommend bud burst, early mouse year, depending on temperature, but also on presence. The options haven't changed much in the last few years since the loss of acetamiprid of gazelle. For an IPM focus or organics approach, we can make applications of flipper that will give some useful reduction, but tracing spruce it will give some control as such. And where we've got high levels, pyrethroids have some good efficacy if necessary to be used in orchards. If we have to go down that route, we would recommend the use of Dacis over Hallmark, because Hallmark is very, very persistent and very detrimental to beneficials. But yeah, the timing of the application is very important. And of course, spray coverage, because sometimes we tend to forget how important spray coverage is. So we need to make this application on a nice warm day. So typically the weevils are active in the orchard between 10 and 15 degrees. That's when they start being a bit more active. And of course, spray coverage, because most of these products, they are contact only. So that's the important thing to bear in mind. When it comes to rosy apple aphids, again, very good monitoring. You've got to see when the problem starts establishing, when the problematic pest starts establishing in the orchards. And it's important to monitor to time these applications well to give us good control. Luckily, we've got a wide range of natural enemies of aphids. They've got some mammals, birds and so on, some predatory insects, parasitoids, etc. So it's important to try to encourage them in orchards to try to give us, to help us a bit by establishing wildflower strips, considering ant baits, etc. So the timing for applications on rosy, for rosy apple aphid control is early green cluster to green cluster, depending on the pressure and temperatures. And then at the end of petal fall, typically we have a re-emergence of the pest. We think that Mayman is the best option pre-flower, as well as towards the end of petal fall, because it's translaminar and systemic, and also a big advantage to us is beneficial friendly. So it's got minimum negative impact on beneficials. And subsequently, Batavia can be applied after the end of flowering, so that's BBCH 69, so after that stage. But you've got to bear in mind that you have to have the right conditions for making application of that. So the metabolism of the tree has to be suitable to put the active, to transform it into an insecticide. And also, ideally, you should also time it at the same time with woolly aphid control, if possible. Monitoring for rosy should continue throughout the season, as I'm sure you well know. And if control wasn't adequate during the season, we really think they should consider an autumn insecticide application. And yes, the best option for this is yet to be confirmed. British Apples and Pears organized a trial, so the application was made last autumn. So the results will be published probably sometimes in spring. I'm sure that Rachel's going to let us know. And the timing of the application has to be based on the prediction model, just to help us assess the development of the pest. And yeah, the recommendation is try and discuss with your agronomist about the timing. And the good news is that autumn application might give you also a bit of a woolly aphid control. So if you've got very good spray coverage, so at that time in the autumn, woolly aphids are not going to be protected by the wool that much. So coverage, again, quite important. Mentioned that already. And some more good news. There are some actives in the pipeline. I think some other speakers mentioned briefly about them. So yeah, there are some very useful aphicides, and they are expected at the end of this season, with fingers crossed, in the second half, and hopefully next year they will be available to be applied on, to be put to good use on farms. So we'll keep you in the loop on that front. Now, with regards to woolly aphids, again, yeah, they good monitoring, again, very important to see how the applications, when the applications need to be made. They've got a wide range of natural animals, but the problem is that predators, parasitoids, but the problem is that these ones are restricted by the wall, by the protective wall of the aphid. So one thing to try to do during the season, if possible, is to try to expose the aphids as such, to expose them to predation and parasitism. But the product, the pesticide application, insecticide applications, best timing for control is aphid migration onto the new growth. So that's often a few weeks after BBCH 67. And after the first Batavia application, you should continue monitoring. And if control wasn't adequate, you should consider making a second application. One thing we find always useful when managing this pest is to also assess the orchards in autumn, but also especially spring, just to see how many aphids you've got overwintered onto the trunk and onto the lower branches. And if you find significant levels, then it is important to try to do something to reduce the colonies at that stage. One thing worth mentioning, in some trials in the EU, the woolly aphid population was significantly reduced by introducing some biocontrol agents, and British Apples and Pears Committee are going to talk about running some trials, hopefully soon on this front. Codling moth, again, monitoring is important, pheromone traps, but also in conjunction with prediction models, just to help us assess the best timing of the applications. And again, orchard beneficials, they help with the background population. The best timing of treatments is during fruitlet development, just before egg hatch, and the current options for control haven't changed much. Harp and Tonus, Corogen, just one application. We used to have two, but not anymore. The likes of Tracer and carboviracin and Madex Stop. And yes, the timing of the application again is vital, because if you apply too late, then some larvae would have emerged already. And this is just an example. The arrows will show just an example of a good timing for applications for the first generation. And what's important is that certainly in the last few years, we had a full generation, or at least a partial second generation of codling. in the second part of the season, or August time or so. So it's important to monitor for that as well. And if there is some risk for damage, make sure you apply control. And if where codling damage was present in orchards, you should consider autumn applications of Capirel from Copperds, because they'll give you, if applied in good conditions, they'll give you about 60 to 80% reduction in the overwintering codling larvae. The important thing to bear in mind is that, yeah, it has to be applied at the right conditions. So it's always best to discuss with us about that. Now, pears, very, very quickly, you know, pear sucker, everyone knows that pear sucker is the most important pest on pears. I'm not going to dwell too much on that. The problem is sooty mold, and that's certainly something that you don't want to see in orchards, but on the foliage as well as on fruit. Codling, it will be a similar situation as for apples. Forest bug as before. And we've got some secondary ones as well. So the most important ones, pear aphids, general thing. We've got pear bedstraw aphid, which builds up very rapidly in numbers in spring. Black bean aphids and pear parsnip. These I think are probably the most important. And a number of secondary ones which can cause problems, cause localized problems. So the control, similarly, IPM. But, you know, again, monitoring and encouraging natural enemies. So when you think about controlling pear blossom weevil and forest bug, a similar strategy to apples. But the thing to bear in mind is that we don't, you know, normally we should try to avoid pyrethroids to be applied in pears, because, you know, they do affect beneficials, and we rely on them. For pear sucker, good monitoring is very important, and we should time our applications based on crop walking in conjunction with prediction models. Consider introducing Anthocorus nemoralis, Anthocorus bugs, predatory bugs, and considering application of controlling the eggs, because there are some products out there that can do that. And the best time to control the nymphs is when they are L1, L3, so quite early stages. As such, the more developed they are, the harder it is to achieve good control. The options are the same as before, really. I haven't changed much. Harpontonus Batavia, of course, as well as some physically acting products like Protac, Eradicote Max, and Flipper, etc. And of course, we still have Batavia, so it needs to be timed well, and good coverage should be paramount. Good monitoring for codling moth, and a similar approach to apples. Again, timing the application is important. And really, just to summarize, I think that in a nutshell, yeah, we just want to recommend a holistic approach to pest management on farm. Attention to cultural control and prevention, as always, boosting levels of natural enemies and reducing pest buildup. Consider physical monitoring with traps and crop checks, as well as making use of prediction models. And, you know, product selection and timing and the targeting of applications are really important in achieving good control, but also spray quality and spray deposition coverage. So, yeah, with that said, I think I'm pretty much done. Any questions, anyone?
Thank you very much. Just one online. Well, I don't know if it's a question, but the person is saying green capsid control at blossom time.
Right, so I guess that is a question. So yeah, the go-to product at that time, it used to be Gazelle, but obviously we do not have that option anymore. So the grower needs to wait until the end of flowering, and then my recommendation will be Tracer. Problem is that the capsids, the early development stages will be more susceptible than the latter ones. So that is the challenge, is monitoring again and timing it well. Right,
Yeah,
thank you.
Thank you very much. Next up, we've got Sarah, and she's going to talk about some really nice work that she's done on blossom weevil. We've taken this forward into a proposal for some Innovate UK money, so keep your fingers crossed.
Great, thanks. And thanks to Alex as well for giving me quite a nice setup and a little bit of background to this. So yeah, 15 minutes on apple blossom weevil. So until recently, this was pretty much an organic grower problem, wasn't really a conventional grower problem, but then they withdrew gazelle and now it's re-emerging in some orchards. So it's still patchy. Generally, most people don't have a problem, but a few people do. And when they do, it's quite bad, particularly on cultivars that don't drop damaged fruit. And it does seem to be increasing. And when it's bad, so there's published data suggesting 37% of flowers being attacked is quite possible. And I've even heard anecdotal reports of near complete crop loss. So we don't want it and we need some more tools for it. So just as a little bit of background to the life cycle. Should we start? We'll start at the start like that. So the females emerge in spring. Well, they've been overwintering and they come out in spring and they lay their eggs in the developing blossom. Then the larva develops inside the blossom. So this is where you get the capped blossom. And if you pull away the petals, you get the larva inside like that. So the blossom then doesn't open properly, you don't get pollination, and so you'll get either no fruit at all or a really deformed fruit that's unmarketable. Then it pupates inside the blossom, and a week or so later an adult comes out, so that's the pupa still inside the blossom. Then the adults kind of wander around the orchard, do a bit of light feeding damage, and they're quite robust, quite long-lived, so they'll carry on right through until the autumn, and then as the temperature starts to drop, they find places in the orchard where they want to hide out, kind of sheltered spots in the cracks of bark and things like that, in order to see themselves through the winter. So that means if you want to target the larval stage, you've only really got a couple of weeks in the spring, and then the rest of the time you've got these adults that are much more dispersed, and they're also quite crunchy on the outside, so a little bit more difficult to target. So thanks to BAPL funding, we've been looking at the first 3 of these, parasitoids, nematodes, and entomopathogenic fungi at kind of different levels of technology readiness. But I wanted to give a kind of honourable mention to birds and other natural predators in orchards, which we're pretty sure can play a role, but both quantifying that and doing something about it beyond good management for biodiversity is a little bit more tricky, so might require some more thinking. So the first question really is, can we predict which orchards are at risk? So we did send out a little questionnaire to a few people over the last year to try and find out what orchard characteristics seem to be associated with more apple blossom weevil. And we analysed the results that we got back and found that one thing that seemed to be protective of an orchard seemed to be perhaps higher alleyway vegetation. So letting the grass grow out a little bit longer, allowing a few more weeds to come through in the alleyways, which is odd. So that seems to be a good thing if you want to reduce your apple blossom weevil, but we need more data on why and how that's working. Is it a natural enemies thing? But also orchards at risk seem to be those that were near mixed hedgerows, possibly those that had hawthorn nearby, and ones that had other crops adjacent. So there's a lot more dissecting to do, more data to get to understand this, but we could start to build up a picture, and then we can target orchards that are more at risk as the risk of apple blossom weevil more nationally starts to increase. So how do parasitoids fit into this? Well, a lot of the parasitoid work is really, really old now, so we weren't even sure whether the UK still had a decent population of apple blossom weevil parasitoids. Fortunately, growers and agronomists, thank you all, have been sending us capped blossom from all over the country. We received samples from about 22 different sites, and it was really great to see that actually we do still have parasitoids. So about 12.1% of blossoms had a parasitoid in, and from a couple of sites, it actually exceeded 30%. The main species was Scambus pomorum, which correlates with the historical literature. But these parasitism levels historically were about double this. So we have lost some, but not all of them. Scambus pomorum has always been the main species. So that's overwhelmingly the one that we want to target, the one that we need to understand the ecology of. So we're hoping that we might be able to explore a bit about what it needs. Can we develop it commercially? Can we rear it for release in the future? It's got a bit of a weird life cycle, so we're going to have to explore that more. But we think it might be already present more on organic orchards, those that are less sprayed, those that are less managed. But they also tend to be the ones that have more apple blossom weevil as well. On to nematodes then. So why would we look at nematodes? Well, the larvae of apple blossom weevil are quite soft and vulnerable, but they're inside the buds. So they're under these layers of petals. So we need something that can get in. And nematodes, fortunately, can swim as long as they're in a suspension and things are kept wet enough. So that's a particularly nice fat nematode that came out of one of the apple blossom weevils this year. So we did some trials this year, dipping blossoms on the tree into a nematode suspension with a wetting agent. So that meant that the water didn't drop straight off. It actually penetrated the bud and allowed the nematodes a way in. We used 2 different species of nematode, and looking at the graph, so these are box plots again. That's your median level of kind of natural mortality, the ones that die naturally and are left in untreated buds. But looking at both of the types of bud that were treated with nematodes, there were a lot more dead larvae, so it was killing off the larvae. And then when we dissected them, the ones that we removed from the field immediately and brought back to the lab and incubated, 100% of those had nematodes inside. The ones that we left in the field, it was a little bit lower. They needed about 9 days for the nematodes to start to reproduce inside them and to get that evidence that we'd got successful infection. But after that, it was around 50%. I think if we'd left them in the field for another few days, we would have seen even higher. So the nematodes can enter the buds, they can infect the larvae. So we think that this is something that is worth taking forward. It doesn't work immediately. You have to give it a bit of patience. And I think the application is going to be apply this year to get fewer numbers next year. It's not necessarily going to save you this year. One note was that we slightly overdid it on the wetting agent, and we did see a little bit of phytotoxicity, so we'll need to drop the concentration of that. There may be other wetting agents that may be more suitable as well. So that's something that we can optimize. Why entomopathogenic fungus then? So a lot of the entomopathogenic fungi strains that are either commercially available somewhere or under development have been extracted from beetles and often weevils in the first place. At some points in their life cycle, the apple blossom weevil do tend to aggregate into places. So if we can find a way to target them with the entomopathogenic fungus during those aggregation periods, maybe that's a way to enhance the control in combination with some of these other factors. So then the spores will go in through their breathing holes and things like that, infect them, kill them. So that's what we were hoping for. So we set up some lab bioassays. So this is early stage work, basically proof of concept. Can entomopathogenic fungus strains infect and kill weevils? So we used 2 products, Naturalis, which is already approved for certain other crops, and a Metarhizium that isn't yet registered, to see whether they work and which one's the most promising. The results are not quite as nice as I'd hoped. So these graphs are 2 different reps in each case, so 2 complete replicates, and they're showing the amount of mortality that we observed in the Petri dishes with the entomopathogenic fungus that was in excess of what we saw in the control. And after about, again, 10 to 14 days, we did start to see upticks in that mortality, but you can see it's a bit variable. Not all of the reps worked. Sometimes if the weevils themselves were getting a little bit old, the control mortality was very high as well. So I'm not going to say no to this. I'm going to say it needs more work. It's a bit of a work in progress, and optimizing that to actually work in the field, getting the weevils into a place where we can infect them reliably is going to take a little bit longer. So then turning this into some recommendations, alleyway vegetation may be something that we can look at. So bringing those natural enemies into the crop, and perhaps that will help a little bit with apple blossom weevil. That's something that can be tried quite readily. Nematodes, we think, are relatively close to something that we can start recommending. We just need to trial these a bit further, optimize how to apply them, when to apply them, and get some of those fine-tuning aspects sorted. Entomopathogenic fungus, not there yet, but we think it still has potential. We just need to think about it a little bit more. And those would need emus in order to be able to be used. Parasitoid wasps, I think, are pretty exciting. So they're never going to provide control on their own, but could work in combination with other things. They're already present on quite a lot of orchards. So if we can find recommendations to encourage their natural populations, that's really promising and they can form part of an overall strategy. Maybe eventually we'll be able to rear them for spring release as well. So acknowledging the Niab team, British Apples and Pears for funding, and all of you who sent me capped blossom, provided me with product and things like that. Any questions?
Hi. In South Africa, they're busy using Bavaria Bassiana as Eco BB, which is from Andermatt Majumbi. They've done trials on a similar weevil, and they've applied the Eco BB or the Bavaria to the water and a weed killer and applied it to the ground, because their weevil overwinters in the ground to attack the larvae when it comes up in the spring. So I don't know if that's the similar life cycle or a similar sort of way of you could attack it. It's just a thought.
I wonder if it's worth considering for Rhynchites, because I think that does have a ground dwelling one. Apple blossom weevil doesn't, so it does all of its larval and pupation work inside the bud, and then the adult is kind of arboreal and moves around a bit, so it doesn't really have that soil stage. But there's absolutely some other things that we could consider for Bavaria into the soil as well, like apple sawfly is another potential target there. So good idea, thank you.
The natural native tree species, do you have any tree species you would recommend planting at the moment?
What specifically for encouraging the parasitoid? Or...
Yeah, yes, for the harbouring the parasitoids in the summer.
Needs a bit more research. So there's a little bit of work from the Netherlands suggesting that certain leaf miner species that live in the leaves of those natural tree species might be a food for the parasitoid over summer. It's a bit wild. Well, the science is good, but the life cycle is quite strange. So I need to look into that a little bit more. But I think probably a good mixed hedge with a whole range of species would work quite nicely in that respect. For some reason, they apparently prefer the leaf miners of trees rather than the leaf miners that live in things like herbs. Otherwise, we could just put in a whole load of plantain or something and we'd be fine.
A comment from Nigel Kitney.
Oh, excellent.
Apple blossom weevil, like oak trees. So that's something you're aware of?
It's not something I'm aware of, but thank you. I will look into it.
Okay. Not that I want us all to take out our oak trees,
no,
personally, but anyway.
Quick question here. The apple blossom weevil, have you found a monitoring trap rather than regular beating? Have you found something that you can put out and monitor weekly or something?
Not something that we've been focusing on too much. There is a shelter trap system that's been developed in kind of Belgium, Netherlands. So you get tree bind and you basically make bunches of it and then strap that to the trunk of the tree. They've been using it as a mass trapping approach, but you need about one of those per tree. So it's not feasible in an orchard for control. But we did try previously some trials where we were putting it out every 5th tree or so, and then you bring them in during the winter and tap out the contents to see whether there's apple blossom weevil there. Because they're very mobile during the summer, they're a little bit hard to track down, and there isn't something like a semi-chemical attractant for them at the moment. People have been looking but haven't really found anything that works yet. So really it's looking for when they start to shelter in places for winter that we're most able to detect them.
Thank you very much. I think that's the most questions. Next up, we've got Adam, who's going to talk to us about using earwigs to control woolly apple. Woolly aphids.
That's right. Thanks very much. Hello, everyone. Yes, so today I'm going to be talking about adding earwigs to the canopy of apple trees to control woolly apple aphid in a trial that we did on this. And this was supported by British Apples and Pears, East Malling Trust, and here's their research team at Niab involved in it as well. So I'll start off by giving a little bit of the background of the woolly apple aphid and the life cycle. So Alex touched on this. They tend to overwinter in the crevices in the bark of the trees, and also down in the roots of the apple trees as well. And then in spring, when the temperature gets warm enough, typically around 10 degrees C on average, the aphids start to migrate up the trunk of the trees and start to feed on the vulnerable areas between the bark and on their branches. As you move into summer, temperatures progress, and you get the new growth, so the new shoots, the aphid, the crawling stage will come and infest those and feed on those. And it's at this point that you might also start to get, you can get a sexual form, so a winged form and sexual reproduction, which goes and infects, lays its eggs on a secondary host. In the autumn time, as the temperature starts to cool down, the aphid migrates back down the trunk of the trees. It might start to overwinter between the crevices again, but also goes down underground onto the roots of the tree as well. And the type of damage caused by the feeding, so feeding on the roots can cause galls to form. It can affect nutrient transport around the tree. It can affect the growth and the vigor of the tree. Also, you can get galls forming on the upper parts of the tree, on the new shoots. These galls can be susceptible to splitting under certain weather conditions like frosts, and that can leave those wounds vulnerable to things like cankers. Also, the crawling stage, so the wax-producing crawling stage, can also infect fruit, so it can contaminate fruit and make it less marketable as well, as shown in that picture on the bottom right. So in terms of control options for woolly apple aphid and their limitations, talk about pesticides first of all. So we've spoken about the ongoing withdrawals of various actives, including spirotetramat, which is expected the final use to be in January 27. At the moment, spirotetramat is considered the most effective control for woolly apple aphid. But application timing is key. It's effective when the plant is actively growing, when the tree is actively growing to transport it around the plant. So early season applications cannot be so effective. And then there are other acting insecticides, but again, you have to be careful about the timing of these because these can affect your beneficials, things like your pollinators and your natural enemies, things like woolly apple aphid. So you've got to observe those, and timing is key. Then there are resistant rootstocks, which can be effective. But there is evidence for resistant breaking in aphid and various woolly apple aphid colonies to different rootstocks. And this has been identified in the UK as well as around the world. EPFs and nematodes, so those can show some effectiveness as well, but they are temperature dependent and humidity dependent. So timing again is key of those, and they tend to be more effective when the wax is dissolved from the woolly apple aphid. And then there's natural enemies, and that's what I'm going to be talking about today mainly. So starting with Aphelinus marley, that is the main aphid parasitoid of woolly apple aphid, and that can be really effective. They can affect they can control up to 50% of woolly apple aphid colonies. But there's an importance to understand the ecology of these and when they can be, what kind of conditions can make them most effective. So the subject that I'm going to talk about today, though, is earwigs and woolly apple aphid control. So earwigs, they're important generalist predators in apple orchards. They control various pests, things like codling, psyllids, and also woolly apple aphid. There are various studies showing how effective they can be for woolly apple aphid control, but they tend to be quite sporadic in apple orchards, so numbers can be low or variable, I should say, and therefore they can be less reliable for control. So one method of making them more reliable is putting refuges in the canopy of apple trees to encourage earwigs to nest in them. And these refuges, they tend to have bait in them to attract the earwigs in and for them to live in there and reproduce and protect the apple tree from the pests. But they're less effective if the apple orchard doesn't have a decent earwig population. Oh, sorry. Decent earwig population, or if they're variable. So the idea of this study was to see if we can augment the canopy with preloaded refuges, whether we can control woolly apple aphid in those trees, and if we can see an improvement in woolly apple aphid control over time. So we set up a trial in spring 2023, running through to autumn 2024. This was done in 3 apple orchards in Kent, and we had 2 groups of trees, and we replicated these groups of trees. One group of trees we called the treatment group of trees, and each tree in this group had a preloaded wig nest, so shown here on the right. This is produced by Russell IPM, and we preloaded these with 5 earwigs. And then we hung these in those trees in that group. And then we had a control group of trees as a comparison that had no wig nests in them. And then to assess the effectiveness of these different groups on woolly apple aphid control, we counted the numbers of woolly apple aphid in terms of the number of colonies and the colony size and the infestation of the young shoots. And we also counted the number of earwigs in the wig nests over time during the course of the trial and related that to the woolly apple aphid numbers in the respective groups of trees. So moving on to the results, I'll just explain the graphs before I talk about the headlines. So on the horizontal axes at the bottom of these graphs, you can see the different assessment dates in 2023 and 2024, where we were assessing the number of woolly apple aphid colonies and the number of woolly apple aphid in those colonies. Then on the vertical axes, you can see there are 2 different graphs. The graph on the left is the mean number of colonies, and the right-hand graph is the mean number of aphids in those plots. And then you've got 3 different rows of windows. So you've got orchard 1 at the top, 2, then 3. And then you've got 2 different lines, and they're representing the different treatment groups of trees. So the orange line is the control group without the preloaded wig nests with the earwigs in. And then the blue line is the treated group of trees where we had those wig nests with the earwigs in them. Now, what we would like to have seen on these graphs, so let's take the graph on the left. So this is the number of colonies. What we would have liked to have seen, if the earwigs were working to control the number of aphid colonies, is the orange line, the orange line to continue on, maybe up with increasing colonies through the growing season, and then the blue line to go down. We haven't seen that, as you can see. So we didn't find a significant difference in the number of aphid colonies between the 2 treatments. Then if you look on the right-hand graph, it's a similar story. We would have liked to have seen the same thing, the blue lines going down, the orange lines going up, or doing what they normally would do. But we didn't see that, or we didn't see it enough to get a significant difference. Moving on to the next bit. So this graph shows the infestation of the leaf nodes on the young shoots. And again, we saw no significant differences between earwig treated trees and untreated trees. Although in orchard 2, in the second year, it's showing a more encouraging picture, but it's just one orchard, and it might not be to do with our control. So we did see quite a difference in terms of aphid colony activity between the orchards and the years, and particularly in the mean colony size, which is the middle graph. So you can see orchards 2 and 3, we had a lot more aphid in those orchards than year 1, and also compared to orchard 1 as well. We also, this is just in the earwig treated plots, we also summed all of the aphid that were counted in those 18 earwig treated groups of trees, and also the number of earwigs that we were counting in the wig nest in both 2023 and 2024, and looked for a correlation between them. And although we found no significant correlation, there was a trend for fewer aphids where there were more earwigs. So groups of trees that had more earwigs tended to have fewer aphids. It's a weak negative correlation in the first year, as you can see that blue line's going down, but weakly. It gets stronger in the second year. And then arguably, if we'd continued this on, and we may have been able to build up the number of earwigs in these resident wig nests, we might have seen a stronger correlation and maybe a more measurable impact. So to conclude, our earwig introductions did not significantly impact the woolly apple aphid abundance or population growth through the season of this trial. However, as I just mentioned, generally there were less woolly apple aphid where there were more earwigs, and this has been the case in research elsewhere. And also data that didn't show, but we also had evidence for earwigs increasing in these plots between years. So it's encouraging, and that means, that supports that if we'd carried on the trial further, we might have seen an impact on the woolly apple aphid over time. But the idea of this trial was to make something that was potentially more commercially viable. So by putting small numbers of earwigs in these wig nests and put them into trees, it's something that could work commercially. Elsewhere in research groups, elsewhere where they've seen an impact on woolly apple aphid, they've tended to introduce a lot more earwigs in the trees in the first instance, or there have been a higher population of the earwigs in the trees naturally in the first instance, but this could happen over time. And then you've got to look at the woolly apple aphid inconsistencies as well between the orchards. We're not sure exactly why that happens, but there were inconsistencies. But had there been an earwig impact, then we would have hoped to have seen the same thing regardless of the inconsistencies in the orchard. We would have liked to have seen the same difference between earwig treated and untreated plots. And then things that are important for kind of earwig establishment, tree architecture. So more complicated tree architecture makes it harder for them to forage around and hunt for the aphid. So good pruning schedules are important. Soil drainage, they tend to like it damp.
Thank you, everybody. Thank you for your patience while we have some technical difficulties. So I'm just going to introduce Francis now, who's going to talk to us about some really interesting work that he's been doing on ant baits to help with the control of rosy apple.
Thank you. Thank you very much. I'm presenting on behalf of my colleagues, and I'm presenting two pieces of work. The first one is an update on potentially invasive pests and diseases that could affect apples and pears. And this is an update from 2023. And the second piece of work will be a field trial which we did on using ant baits based on sugar for the control of rosy apple aphid. So I'll start with the pest and disease work. And as I've mentioned, this is really an update from 2023. We don't think it's prudent to do this on an annual basis because the literature takes time to catch up. So we are doing it every 2 years or so. And the previous one, which was funded by BAPL, and we're really grateful for that, was in 2023. And there have been previous iterations during the HDB days. Now, what we do are intensive internet searches to look at how the literature is advancing, especially in control. But also when we attend conferences and other forums, we are very keen to hear what other people on the continent and around the world are experiencing. And we put all this together into the report. The report has been, a draft has been submitted. It's around 78 pages long. I suspect it's going to get bigger and bigger as the days go on. So I'm not going to cover all the 78. I'm just going to cover a few that we think are important. So first of all, the bacterial threats, and Xylella still remains to be the top threat because of its very broad host range. One addition to this section is now we do have phytoplasma, which we think are interesting. and especially this one, Candidatus Phytoplasma mali, which is transmitted by the apple psyllid. So phytoplasmas are quite understudied, and we think that's a reason for us to just to keep an eye and see how the literature is going to advance. So something notable about Xylella, there is now research which is looking more into natural products to see how this can be used to manage the insect vectors. For the fungal threats, these are the top two that we need to be concerned about. So Diplodia is not new. 2 years ago, we still flag it as the main threat. And some of the interesting things that have come out of there is Trichoderma stains are now effective in suppressing the fungus. But for Neonectia, it's even more interesting because now there seem to be advances in ways which you can detect early infection by using the volatile organic compounds. We had viruses in the previous presentation. The same list of 9 viruses remains in there. There hasn't been much of an advance in terms of the science around viruses. I think primarily because to really tackle viruses, you really want to have clean planting material. I think there's only one study which we noted about the application of salicylic acid, which seems to ameliorate apple stem grooving virus. So all that is in the report, but nothing alarming so far. For the pests, there is quite a number of hemiptera which are in there, including the apple psyllid, which is the vector for the phytoplasma, which I mentioned. We don't think any of them really deserve their own slide because they're all quite low in terms of the threat level as per estimation. These are the ones which we think could present a moderate risk. For example, the Tortic moth is present within the UK. I think these are some of the changes which are beginning to occur because of the deregistration of actives, things which are not a problem becoming a problem again. But we also have the garden snail, in there. And there's quite a few things which can be used to control. One thing which we are really closely monitoring is the use of IPM strategies. So for example, for the Pacific flathead borer, which is a problem in the US, there are predatory beetles which have been identified. There are at least 4 species of parasitic wasp which are effective. The same thing is for the apple flea weevil, there are parasites which are effective. And for the garden snail, there are compounds within the UK which can be used within organic systems. So it's quite a detailed and heavy report with a lot of information that will be useful. In terms of recommendations, we have maintained the same ones. Everybody needs to be vigilant on new pests and diseases. If you're importing planting material, especially to mitigate against viruses, then please try and get something like a passport, something that's been checked. And I'm sure this is something that's done routinely. Any non-native species should be reported to the plant health authorities. If you find any brown marmoted stinkbug, please let me know. We're still keeping track of those one, and BAPL has been funding the traps around. So that's a separate discussion, but if you find any of those, let me know. And of course, work with a basis qualified instructor. So the report is much larger than this. It will get circulated to you in due course. I'll now move on to the second part of my presentation about this field trial on rosy apple aphid. So just a bit of background, it's a pest that causes substantial leaf and fruit damage. As you can see from that picture, that culling and that infestation is what happens. And the challenge with this aphid, like many other aphid species, is they've got a very beneficial mutualism with ants. And these ants not only defend these aphids against attack from predators, but in the case of the common black ant, it also moves the aphids from one leaf to another and then defends that one aphid until a colony begins to form. Now, our objective was to disrupt this ant tending of rosy apple aphid using sugar-based bait, so to give them an alternative reward. This science is very well established on paper. There's been quite a number of robust publications which show that this actually works. But it's how you deploy it out there that has always been the challenge, really making it work. And so we did 2 things. One, we tested different sugar pellets, and these were provided to us by Russell IPM. So they did 6 different formulations, 6 different types. And we wanted to see which of these would be suitable for field deployment. And then we did the field trial to now disrupt this in the field. And we conducted all this at East Legum right here. So this is just a picture. I think that is probably one of our team members. And so we try to do these pellets on a 1 meter by 1 meter grid, and you can see how it was spreading out the pellets. And that's actually one of the formulations, BC, which performed really well in terms of attracting ants. And you could see, from the word on, it is accessible to the ants. They do congregate around the sugar. So maybe just to give you a bit of preliminary data on how we selected these different pellets. We had 6 of them. We did 2 trials. In the first trial, you can see B and C, they just overlay on each other. They were nice and robust. They kept for very, very long. A did not. And so, of course, it didn't make the cut. There's no use in having that one out. Then the second trial, you can see that the pellets tend to hold steady for around 17 days. And then there's a gradual decline over the next 100 days. Now, Russell IPM, of course, has got the IP, so we can't really talk too much about this. But out of all this, we were able to select B, C, and F now to be out there in the field trial where we deploy them in the way that you've seen in the picture. So I'll just get into the results. And the results are a mixed bag. And I'll take you through them. So this is a big win because now we do know which pellets to use. So if you look at pellet BC, it just stands very clearly and significantly more attractive than either F or the control. So in terms of nailing down on a pellet which you could use, that was definitely a good and early win that we have. But you really expected to find less ants then. So that pink bar, we wanted it to be much lower than what it is, but we couldn't get any significant difference over there. So a lot of things were definitely going on, and we began to collect more data. As time went on, we began to look at leaf damage as a proxy for rosy apple aphid infestation. The reason for this is because the natural predators then do come in. And at times you look, you find the damage, but when you look in there's no aphid, but the damage is there, so definitely was there. So in terms of the total damage leaves, we began to see a very almost unusual trend, whereby there were more damaged leaves where we had deployed this. And there's a couple of explanations which we will propose at the end about what was happening. And at the end of it, this then followed that we could see that there was a bit more damage where we had deployed. Now, the error bars are really big, and that's because the spatial distribution of rosy apple aphids is not even. So it's on different trees, and so within the blocks, when you try to crunch that data, then you do get these very unusual results. It also followed that we found the predators existing where there was more of the aphid. So I think they're just tracking this. And this tracking is really, really important in us explaining why we think this happened the way it did. So we do know that BC does work, and we do know that we do not get a good translation. But there were other people in the orchard too. Now the dog ate the homework, guys. What we noticed is that there was also a lot of foraging by foxes, and we had to apply these pellets almost on a daily, basis, in there. And we think that there was a reward which was sufficiently attractive to the ants, but it's been foraged on, and this breaks the attraction. And since the ants have congregated, they then go back into the tree because the honeydew is not going anywhere. So that, and we think that maybe putting the pellets right under the trunk does not create an adequate spatial decoupling between the reward and the effort it would take the ant to get into the tree to begin to forage for honeydew. I think it was a combination of factors that we could not have anticipated. And Adam had to spend a couple of days checking these traps out in the field until we were able to discover what was happening there. So we've had a discussion with Russell IPM about this. We think that we do have a winning combination in the BC pellets. What we need now to do is to incorporate, and I think they began to work on this already, bitterants within that pellet. We will field test this, funding allowing, to see which are effective in deterring foraging, but also retain their attractiveness to the arts. And then now we want to test 2 different spatial deployments of the same pellets because we think they're winning. One is to deploy the pellets just in the alleyway, so completely decoupled from the tree trunks. And then the second one is to do just a whole orchard spray so that since the occurrence of these aphids is quite, patchy, as it were, if we spread the quote unquote reward across the entire floor, can we then be able to beat the rosy apple aphid at their own game of providing a reward in terms of honeydew? And so we think that's the way we want to approach the continuation work to really see this, because the science behind this is really robust. It's just figuring out a way that will work for the growers. So I'd like to thank the team that participated in this very interesting trial and for the results that we got. I'd like to thank Russell IPM for providing these baits to us free of charge and letting us test through 6 different types and listening to our feedback, the East Malling Trust, and of course I would like to really thank British Apples and Pears Limited for funding this work. It was good fun eventually to where we got. So yeah, I'll take your questions.
Questions in the room? No? Oh.
Won't giving sugar to ants just simply hugely increase the ant population as they respond to the easy nutrients?
We don't think so. We did a small trial on the side where we would put small balls of cotton with 30% sugar just to look at the spatial distribution of ants at the beginning and throughout. And don't really see a spike in the ant population, as it were. And if the population was going up, we would have seen it with increased damage because, as I mentioned earlier, they do pick aphids and take them on different leaves and spread it around. But we noticed throughout the entire season, in the trees where we had noticed early infestation, it seemed to sort of just localize around there despite us deploying sugar on a daily basis. So if it was detrimental, we would then see it just spread throughout the entire orchard, but we didn't see any evidence to that.
Thank you, Francis.
Okay, thank you.
So the final session for the day, double microphone. I've called Living Orchards. It's kind of a catch-all title. So these 3 presentations aren't actually funded by British Apples and Pears, but they're presentations that have got relevance and I thought that you might find interesting. So first up, we've got Graham, and he's going to talk about his project, A Bory Crop. Thank you.
Afternoon, everyone. I'd like to thank British Apples and Pears for having me here today to talk about an ongoing project that we have here down at East Malling, the title of which is called A Borer Crop, Next Generation Agriculture Using Real-Time Information from Tree Crops. So what this project is one that's funded by Innovate UK as part of a bilateral R&D program between the UK and Switzerland. The project started in 2024 and it's going to wrap this summer after about 2.5 years of work. So the UK project team is led by Benchmark Control, which is an electronics engineering firm that's building the devices. The team also includes Adrian Scripps, some of whom are here today, as well as Hutchinson's, also represented here today, and Niab. The Swiss team is led by Vivant Biosignals, and this is the agritech company that's really responsible for developing the device that I'm going to talk about. Also includes Changin Viticulture and Enology and the Ecole Design School. So there is one main research objective for this project, which is to develop sensors that record tree ecophysiology and indicate stress in the trees before visible symptoms appear. So I'll talk a little bit about what that means as we go through the presentation. So in terms of the project design and execution, the trial site was at Adrian Scripps Apple Orchard in a mature Gala plot. The second image on the left there is the actual electrophysiology sensor. So it's about the size of a deck of cards and it's input right into the canopy of the tree. At the top of the sensor is a transmitting device, And in the bottom is a miniature environmental sensor that records temperature and relative humidity, as well as there's 2 electrodes, wires that you see leaving the bottom of the device. So for this particular project, we installed 64 of these sensors across 32 trees in the orchard. In the third picture on the right there is actually where the electrodes are inserted into the tree. So as I said, there's 2 electrodes per device inserted at different locations in the tree, basically into the vasculature of either the branches or the main trunk. And what the device is actually measuring in terms of electrophysiology is the electrical difference between where those 2 electrodes are inserted into the tree. So each of the sensors then wirelessly sends the data that it's collecting in terms of electrophysiology to a central 5G router in the orchard, which then transmits the data continually over the cellular network. So once these devices and the routing device are installed in the orchard, basically you can monitor electrophysiology of the trees from a dashboard in the computer without having to actually go into the field and take measurements. So this is the project design. So we set up the sensors across 2 different plots, what I'll call the north plot and a south plot. This was done because the north plot has fast draining sandy soils, while the southern plot has more water retentive clay soils. There's 2 different rows, so we call the control row and then the deficit irrigation row. And the plan was basically to turn off irrigation in the treatment row at certain points throughout the summer, hoping that the trees would go into water stress and these electrophysiological sensors could pick up that water stress based off of the measurements they were taking. So in general, the hypothesis was these deficit north row here should experience water stress first amongst all 4 locations, and that the control south row should experience the least amount of water stress over the course of the summer. So I think one of the really interesting parts of this project is sort of the development of these sensors. But my team, was sort of interested in actually understanding whether or not the measurements coming out of the devices could actually sort of meet the standards we use in science for water stress and measuring water usage by the tree. So essentially, we did 3 different types of ground truth measurements throughout the summer to try and match these sort of gold standard measurements with the data coming out of the electrophysiological sensors. So these 3 things are stomatal conductance, which actually measures the amount of water that a leaf is using at any point in time. Stem water potential, also another measure of water stress, where you're putting the leaf petiole under increasing amount of air pressure, and which determines how much negative pressure is required to extract the sap from the petiole. And then third, which is probably something most of you are familiar with, is just a soil matrix potential sensor that we inserted into the soils underneath the trees or beside the trees where the sensors were input at multiple different layers. So to give you a sense of the data that's being produced by the sensors themselves, this is an example of the dashboard that Vivant has produced, which provides sort of real-time information of plant water status as determined by the sensors themselves. There are 4 traces here. Now, because of the nature of the traces, it's sort of hard to distinguish them, but basically each trace that you're seeing or each line is either the north control, the north treatment, the south control, or the south treatment. And now, while you can't necessarily distinguish between these different locations looking at this graph itself, I do think what you can see is that based on the prevailing environmental conditions in June and early July, which were relatively dry and warm, versus a relatively wet July. And this indication dotted line in the middle is actually when we turned off the irrigation. So obviously, when you're doing field studies, the hope is that the weather will cooperate with you, and when you turn off the irrigation, it'll be hot and dry, and you can see it distinguished between the locations and the treatment. This wasn't necessarily true in this instance, but I'll speak a little bit further about how we might have been able to overcome that. So these are now traces of the ground truth measurements that the team at Niab took. I just sort of put an image here so that you remember what each of them actually represents. I think, again, one of the nice things about this potential sensor that's being developed is that, most farmers, or probably all farmers, don't have access to the first two types of equipment. Obviously, they're research-based equipment, and it's not necessarily that's something that would be purchased to monitor water stress in a normal orchard. But basically what you see over the course of the summer, so again, starting with our measurements from the start of June all the way through September, is that there's sort of variation in these ground truth measurements going up and down based on environmental conditions. And then I think one thing to look at in particular, although we didn't see much water stress in terms of the soil sensors, so the more negative you're getting on this axis, basically the less water is available in the soils, is that the early irrigation shutoff in July did not enforce such water stress because there was adequate rainfall. But we then turned off all irrigation for all 4 locations at the start of August, around August 10th. And then you start to see this sort of sharper decline in soil water availability. So I think this second treatment, where all irrigation was shut off, allowed us to potentially look at how water stress was induced in the trees and how the elite electrophysiological sensors might be picking up that information. So the next 3 slides are all consistent like this. It's basically a regression analysis where we're looking at values output by the electrophysiological sensor versus the point measurements we're taking with these ground truthing devices. And so the axis on the left is sort of going in a negative direction. Basically, points at the top are not under water stress, but points as you get further down the line indicate a greater amount of water stress as determined by the Vivant sensor. Similarly, on the bottom axis, points on the right-hand side would indicate that the leaves are transpiring a lot of water, whereas points on the left-hand side indicate that the stomata on the leaves are actually closing up and transpiring less water. And so what you're seeing is a statistical correlation in 3 of our 4 locations, where you're seeing this sort of negative correlation. So when the Vivant sensor is detecting water stress in the plant, we're also measuring a reduction in water use at the leaf scale. So that's very encouraging. And then of course, the one line at the top here, which is orange, you might not be able to see that, is actually but at least the more horizontal line is that southern control row. So we hypothesized that if there was a location that would not be under water stress, it would be that location. And so seeing a horizontal line there really indicates that that's true of what's happening in the trees. And we're able to measure that both using sort of this newer technology as well as the traditional methodology. Interestingly enough, the second ground truth measurement looking at stem water potential had no correlation whatsoever in any of the 4 treatments. So, this was actually quite surprising to me because the stem water potential usually is the first indicator of water stress. So there's a couple of reasons why we might not be seeing any sort of correlation here. There might be this sort of out of sync between the measurement and the data that's being produced by the electrophysiological sensor. But it's definitely, a consideration that we would think about when we talk about how the model they're producing in terms of electrophysiology may or may not reflect certain physiological aspects of the plant. But then finally, comparing the water stress output of the sensor to the sort of soil water availability, again, we see a nice statistical correlation, whereas there is less water available in the soil on this side of the x-axis, we're getting a greater water stress effect in the sensor. I'll draw your attention again to the top line, which is the orange line, which is that sort of southern control row, which actually did get down to sort of more negative values of soil moisture availability, but not necessarily had the same drop in water status of the plant. And one of the indications of why this might be the case is, our soil sensors only go down to about ½ meter depth. So it could indicate in this location, as opposed to the other ones, there's still water available at lower depths that the tree is able to take up. So while our soil sensors are indicating a lack of water, the Vivant sensors are actually indicating that the plant is doing fine in terms of water stress. So I think that's one really interesting outcome from the research. So next steps and future directions. In addition to this water stress parameter that the Vivant sensors are producing, they're also looking at a variety of other indicators in terms of nutrition deficiencies. So these traces that I'm showing here at the bottom, they have basically an identical one for nitrogen, potassium, calcium, phosphorus, and manganese. So you're able to indicate when the plant might be deficient in some of these critical nutrients. Obviously, these things are a little bit harder to ground truth on a daily basis in terms of nutrition in the tree, but that's something that certainly can be investigated in the future. The dashboard itself, as part of the project, is being integrated with existing agronomic tools and forecasting. So this is where Hutchinson's is coming into the project, trying to integrate this type of information in their Omnia digital farming platform. And then finally, what I think is really within reach quite soon is developing a system for automated irrigation based on this water status output, whereas you can actuate an irrigation event when the data is indicating that water stress, for example, is getting below a level of 50%. Of course, there'd probably be some need to determine exactly where in this water status value you might think water stress is, but I think being able to turn on the irrigation when the tree is telling you that it needs water, as opposed to, say, the soil sensor is telling you that the tree might need water. So again, getting information directly from the tree as opposed to these other proxies. So in terms of project achievements, certainly there was these production of a reliable sensor hardware and communication software for this continual real-time assessment of plant electrophysiology and orchard system. So these sensors will have been in the trees for a whole year coming this June. So they seem to be quite durable and have been able to actually send information throughout the whole winter period. Trying to come up with, and again, that was sort of the responsibility of Benchmark Control and the Swiss partners in terms of the production of the hardware, and they did a really, really great job. Coming up with models that predict water stress and plant health based on electrophysiology data that seemed to be very successful in terms of comparing it with the gold standard physiology measurements we have. And really the team at Vivant, the research groups at Niab and Adrian Scripps were really instrumental in achieving that. There's also potential exploitation, as I just mentioned, in digital farming systems. And I think that's certainly one of the near-term exploitation avenues. And I just, to finalize, just want to say thank you to Innovate UK and InnoSwiss for the funding, as well as to all the project partners and our teams here at Niab for project execution. So I'm very happy to take any questions you might have.
Very much for
Cheers.
Me and Ali have got questions.
Okay.
I wondered if you'd looked at the impact of the water availability on the apple size.
So Adrian Scripps has done the grading of the apples in all of those locations, and there was, as far as we know, no significant difference in the apple production and quality and size. I think probably it's a factor that they weren't really under water stress until maybe sort of later in August. But I certainly think that is something we were interested in seeing, but we didn't actually see an effect in this particular case. I just don't think the water stress was as intense as it needed to be to have an effect on fruit size.
Yeah, that's annoying when it rains.
Yeah.
Okay, and then Ali?
Sorry, this microphone just needs a moment. So I was going to ask about the quality of the fruit, but I'm also interested in water is going to come under pressure, and water costs money because you need energy to get water into orchards. So have you looked at how little water? Because it's all very well going, oh, we'll turn the water on when the tree asks for it. I love it. It's great. But it's not very, it doesn't feel very business-like. So have we looked at the minimum required as well?
So, I mean, I think that's something you could get at if you were doing a very concerted effort to say, let's use as little water as possible throughout a whole season and let these types of measurements drive those decisions. Because I don't think to this point, that's necessarily what's being done. It's sort of just ample water as needed throughout the summer. And then if there becomes a restriction on water availability, then that's when they start sort of cutting back on irrigation. But I do think it's a problem that's just going to increase in frequency as the years go by and the climate changes. And so if we can get a handle on now what sort of the minimum requirement of water is needed, that allows, greater planning and forecasting going forward. it's definitely something we're interested in doing, just not necessarily an aspect of this project.
Okay, no, because I think that's quite critical
Yep.
for the future. But anyway, it's a conversation we can have again. Thank you.
Yep.
If I may just have one more question, Greg. Well, actually, I have a couple, but maybe I'll save the others.
So just to be fair, Charles was also part of this project, so
Yeah, so,
he has intimate knowledge of what was going on.
My question was just looking at the results, which look really good this year. It's nice to see. But so you talked about the lack of correlation between the stem water potential and the Vivant sensor, which is perhaps surprising. But I wondered if you looked at the correlation for the other manual, like all just the manual variables or the manual measurements themselves, whether they correlate. So is there something strange happening with the stem water potential measurement? I suppose that is what I'm getting at. If that doesn't correlate with the other manual measurements of water stress that we took, then it might indicate some answer to why it didn't correlate with the Vivant sensor.
Yeah, so I mean, we did the correlations between stem water potential and soil matrix potential and with stomatal connectance, and it didn't seem to correlate with either of those either.
So
it just seems to be a bit of an outlier.
Yeah.
So, you know, and I think it's obviously measuring potentially something different than the other two are, which is sort of measuring water use and water availability, whereas stem water potential is more about water stress or stress on water within the vascular column. So it's just sort of measuring something different. And perhaps at this point, the models being produced by Vivant is not representing that particular aspect. So it just, it doesn't always, they don't always correlate with each other. That's why they're sort of independent measurement approaches.
Yeah, that makes sense. The other two things I was going to say is, one, I think something else that we need to look at is how many sensors are required within a certain area to get an answer. And I know it's probably too early to get that answer yet, but it's definitely something that should be on and it probably is on Vivant's map, but it's something that needs addressing. And the other one was, we need to send you a template for presentation slides with apples on them rather than strawberries.
I have the strawberries one at hand, and I just went with it.
Okay.
And Charles, thank you very much. So the next presentation is from Charles, and it's about the conflict.
So good afternoon, everyone. Nearly at the end of the day, so I hope you've had a good drink of tea or coffee to get through the last couple of presentations. So this is the POEM project, Precision Orchard Management and Environment Project. I talked about this last year, and I gave a kind of overview of what we were aiming to do in the project. Last year, I promised you some results, and these are the results. So you will see some of the results here of the trials we've done through 2025. Some of these slides you might remember from last year if you were here. So just to remind you of what's going on in the project, it's a very multidisciplinary project. There's a lot of components to it, and lots of commercial partners, regulatory partners, academic partners. It's led by Hutchinson's and Rob Saunders, who's sitting in the orchard here, in the audience here. Could be an orchard. Yes, and we're funded by Innovate UK and DEFRA and the commercial partners. And at the end of the presentation, you'll see the commercial partners logos. And if I run out of time, big thanks to all of them. So to give you an overview of what we're trying to do, it's a precision spraying system, essentially. What we're aiming to do here is to scan orchards in great detail, process that data, and then calculate the parameters of the orchard, calculate prescription maps, which we use to then adjust the spray output. And then the final stage is applying the spray into the orchard, following those prescription maps. Now, I'm going to emphasize that the prescription maps are all calculated in advance. This is not happening in real time. We're not scanning and spraying all at the same time. We're scanning, processing the data, perhaps reviewing the data, and then applying the spray accordingly, which means, crucially, that we know how much material needs to be applied into the orchard before the spray round is started. And the whole idea is that we're trying to close the loop here. We're trying to build a whole system, integrated system of components that work together to manage crops.
So just to remind you of how it works, some of these things have changed. This is a slide from last year, so basically it's kind of similar. So we've got the tractor with all the scanning systems at the front, which is in the process of being moved. So that next year you'll see a new picture of this. That goes through the orchard and scans every single tree as it goes through. And the idea is here, we're not adding extra workload for the growers. That scanning process will take place every time the tractor just moves through the orchard, whatever it's doing, whether it's mowing, spraying, or doing any other activities. The system is designed to always be scanning. Then we've got the software components, which I'm showing a little bit of here in the middle. So that is handling all the data, crunching the numbers, calculating the prescription maps. And you can see here an example, it's probably a bit hard to make out, but there's a grid here that represents a section of a row of trees, one side of a row of trees, a kind of canopy row. And then all those grid squares represent bits of the canopy, and the values inside those grid squares indicate the amount of spray that is going to be applied to that bit of the orchard. And then at the top here, that's the software system that you would see sitting in the tractor cab. So that's the view if you were driving along, and it would be showing you what is happening at any particular moment in time. And then if this works, we should have a little video, a short little video, just to give you an idea of how quickly and how much we are changing the spray outputs. And you'll notice that each of the nozzles, is it still running? Yeah. Each of the nozzles are changing. So this is a PWM system, pulse width modulation nozzles, and each nozzle is controllable, and we're adjusting the output of each nozzle continuously as it moves through the orchard. And those outputs are all controlled by the prescription map and the position of the spray machine and the tractor relative to the trees. Okay, so that's kind of the system. There is more to it, but that's enough for now. Moving forward to the results. First of all, just to talk you through how our trials were run at East Malling this year. So we've got an orchard of about 1/2 hectare. It's predominantly Gala. And then we split the orchard into 9 plots, roughly, and it's 48 trees per plot. 2 rows of 24 trees in each plot. And then we've got 3 treatments. We've got our constant rate treatment. That's industry standard practice, just constant rate spraying as nearly everyone is doing currently. And then we've got the variable rate system. That's the POEM system, if you like, in action. It's adjusting the spray volume going out of the nozzles according to canopy density, or perhaps some other parameter, but mostly it's canopy density. So that's our variable rate treatment. And then of course we've got our untreated control. So this is why it's done at East Malling, not at any of your sites, because you don't want unsprayed regions, but we can afford to do that. And then we followed this pattern throughout the whole season. So all of the trials and all the spraying we did from start to the season to the very end of the season, we followed this pattern. And then we did assessments during the season on various things we were interested in. And I can't show all of the results today, but I'm going to focus on a few things that I think are key. But before we get to that, first of all, a little reminder back to this time last year, when I presented the results of the spray deposition trials. So these are what's called density plots. They're basically a kind of histogram plot, frequency histogram plot. And I don't think I did a great job of explaining it last year, so I'm going to have another go. Pardon? Blue, I'm going to say blue and pink today. So along the x-axis, the horizontal axis, looking at these plots here, we've got an increasing amount of spray deposit on the x-axis. And as you move to the right, that means more spray deposit. And the size of the colored region, as you move along the x-axis, indicates the number of samples that we took from all the trees that have that amount of spray deposit on it. And then we've split the canopy into 4 zones. So we've got top, middle, bottom, and inner canopy zones. We're splitting up the canopy on each individual tree to quite a high spatial resolution. And then we've got our 2 treatments I'm going to focus on here. So we've got the constant rate and the variable rate spray application. Now, these are the spray deposition results from 2024. And the thing to focus on here, don't worry too much about the size of the height of the peaks. What's mostly important here is where the peak sits along the x-axis. So the further to the right the peak is of that particular color of treatment, the further along the right, the further along the axis it is, That means there's more samples with more spray deposit on it. So what's blindingly obvious is that in 2024, the variable rate treatment was not putting enough deposit onto the trees compared to the constant rate. Well, enough is maybe not the wrong word to use. It was putting significantly less spray deposit onto the trees compared to the compared to the constant rate. The other thing that's important is the width of those peaks. So the wider the peak is, that means that the spray deposits on those leaves are very variable. And by that, I mean there's lots of leaves with lots of spray on and lots of leaves with no spray on or very little spray on. So the wider the peak is, that means the spray deposition that you're getting in the trees is very, very variable. And annoyingly, it's got the same word, but the variable rate spray treatment has a very narrow peak, which means that it's doing a much better job of uniform spray application. So with the variable rate spray treatment, we're getting more uniform spray deposition into the trees. So at the end of 2024, we made some changes to the algorithm that calculates the output from the nozzles, our prescription maps. And then we repeated the trials again in 2025. And our changes to the algorithm did exactly what we wanted them to do. So you can see here, the blue colored plots or blue colored data here, lines, have moved to the right, but maintained their narrowness. So the variable rate treatment is still very narrow, which means the spray deposition is uniform in the trees, but now the amount of spray on those trees is much closer to the constant rate spray application. And the constant rate spray application is still very variable. The difference in spray deposition is significant and the variability is significant as well. Both. This has all been analyzed statistically. Okay, so what does that mean in terms of, what does it mean to the growers, to the agronomists? So I'm going to show you some results from the scab assessments we've been doing. So we looked at scab. So as I said, we sprayed the plots following that setup all through the year. And then we did assessments for scab at the primary infection on the rosette leaves. And we found no significant difference between the constant rate spraying and the variable rate spraying. But the variable rate spraying is using 35% less water and less pesticides. But it's giving us the same level of control. We did another assessment on the secondary infection in August, and we found the same result. No significant difference in terms of control. Now, at the end of the season, we looked at scab damage levels on the fruit at harvest. And here we did find a significant difference in scab. So there was 5% more scab on the variable rate, the POEM system sprayed trees compared to the constant rate sprayed trees. But when we looked a bit closer at the data, we found that difference in the two treatments only occurred in one area of the orchard. So we had 3 blocks, 3 replications in the trial. And in one of those replicates, there was a significant difference between the constant rate and the variable rate in terms of scab control. But in the other 2 blocks, there was not. So something localized going on there. And I should emphasize here, we're still saving 35% of all products being applied into the orchard with the variable rate system. What about codling moth? So we treated codling moth in the same way throughout the entire season. And then at harvest, we looked at the damage on the fruit. And it doesn't matter whether you look at the likelihood of any damage at all from codling moth, or whether you look at the amount of holes on the fruit. In both cases, there was no significant difference between our 2 treatments. There was, of course, a big significant difference between the unsprayed plots and any of the trees that received spray. And as I said, that's with a 35% reduction in the products being applied, not only the products, but also the water. So that's pretty much all the results I wanted to share. Just to summarize, the variable rate sprayed trees, they did have less spray deposit on them, but that spray deposit was much more uniformly distributed within the canopies or on the leaves. The variable rate spraying saved 35% of all the products applied into the orchard throughout the year and gave us the same as, or at least very, very close to the same level of crop protection. There were some something going on with the scab control. We have an idea of how to solve that, but I'm not going to go into that today. So our next steps, so we're going to, first of all, we're going to expand our trials onto a much larger scale. We're moving on to commercial orchards this year, commercial farms this year, to do the same kind of trials, but on a larger scale. And some of the people involved in that are sitting in this audience today, so thank you very much. And the other thing we're going to do is make some more tweaks to the algorithm that calculates the prescription map to see if we can improve that deposition rate on the variable rate spraying and get even better control while still maintaining the savings. And then finally, just remains to say thank you to the very many commercial partners and academic and regulatory partners involved in the project. This wouldn't be possible without all of them. Thank you for their financial support as well in supporting the project. And thank you all for listening. If anyone's got any questions, either now or by email or later on, yeah, I'd be very welcome to take comments and questions, suggestions, all welcome. But thank you very much.
I have one, Charles.
Yes, go for it, Matt.
I haven't appreciated until I was on a BAPL pruning course.
Yes.
How different trees can be from orchard to orchard and from variety to variety, even from sport to sport in their habit. Is that some way you can account for that, or you just hope it's going to go fruitful all the way?
Well, I mean, because we are measuring each tree in the orchard very, very detailed with currently a 2D LiDAR. We're moving on to a 3D LiDAR this year, I hope. Yes, it should be perfectly fine. So if different varieties or different growing systems have different canopy structures, we haven't tested it yet, but theoretically it should work just the same way. The savings might be different depending on the structure of the orchard. So if you've got a more dense canopy just generally because of the variety or planting, you might find the savings might be slightly less, but I'm not sure. It might not be the case at all. It might be the same. I mean, the idea of savings, it is largely based on the orchards not being uniform, because we know the orchards are not uniform, and we are adjusting the spray according to that non-uniformity in terms of the canopy density. Basically, we're not spraying the gaps, is the tagline for that. And no matter what the orchards might look like, I know your orchards all look beautiful and neat. They do have gaps. They definitely have gaps in them here and there. Anything else?
A comment.
Yes,
go for it. If I may. No, I just think it's really exciting. How long before every grower is using the variable rate sprayer and whatever the little bit of kit is to make it work?
You know, there are systems out there already. I mean, our system is going to be the best for sure, because it's got a very high. We're really focusing on very high precision in terms of knowing where things are, recording the data. So I think we should get the best savings. But there are already systems out there that will do things like this, coming from the Netherlands and the US. Yeah, so you can start tapping into it already. I think. Well, then if you, I don't know if you want to. No, okay. But you're aware of these systems. I know that you. Yeah. Yes, of course. Yeah, scripts have been using the Monk. I don't know if is James here. He was here earlier. He's just gone. Is Russell here? Yes. Do you want to say anything, Russell, about your experiences with variable rate spraying? I don't know if we've got time for this. Perhaps not, but. Wait. Well, you've been using a 3-row, is that right? You've been using a 3-row variable rate sprayer.
That on, yeah. Yeah, we've been using a 3-row sprayer, and incidentally, just ordered another one. We give it quite careful consideration, but they're not able to offer a LiDAR system at the moment for 3 rows. You get a LiDAR system, only
it does. Moving to 3 rows adds a lot of complication, because suddenly the tractor is not going through every row. Only the sprayer booms are going through every row.
I think there's also a practical consideration as to how much you're actually going to be putting in the tank.
Yes.
Nobody's answered that question really yet to us when we've been talking to manufacturers.
Yeah, the Monk system is also using prescription maps, isn't it? It's not real time.
Yeah, it is.
Yeah, so I think that for me, that is the answer. That is the future. All variable rate spraying has to be based on prescription maps. I think trying to do it in real time, because you don't know what you're going to get. You don't know how much to put in the tank. So I don't think that's the answer.
I think the real time is the challenge.
But it makes it difficult. Yes, indeed. Yeah, yeah, it does. Yeah.
Next, we've got Flora. Next, we've got Flora, and she's going to talk to us about soil health.
Yeah, thank you, Rachel, and thank you everyone for sticking to the end. I'll try and keep to time. So yeah, I'm just going to be talking about a project that we've been doing for the past 18 months, looking to develop a test to measure soil biological health. So just to sort of set the scene, soil health, there's no official single definition, but generally it's accepted to mean the ability of the soil to deliver functions and ecosystem services that help support good air and water quality, as well as sustaining plant and animal life. So there are various different functions that you can look at in the soil. These include things like the ability to store water and to help water infiltration, its role in nutrient cycling, storing carbon, reducing greenhouse gas emissions, supporting high yield and crop quality, and also its ability to support and sustain microbial communities. So in order to measure and monitor your soil health, there are various tests you can do, and you can divide these into three sort of pillars, if you like, of soil health. And they vary in sort of the range of tests that are available. So routine soil tests often include a lot of chemical aspects. So this is stuff like your soil pH, nutrient content, soil organic matter content, and then your physical components of soil health. Things you can easily measure include soil texture and structure, the porosity and infiltration of the soil, aggregate stability, compaction. But when it comes to your sort of biological components, there's a lot fewer options out there in general. So probably most commonly used are earthworm counts, which can be very valuable, but they're only looking at one sort of component of the soil biology. It's not including any of the microbial aspects. In terms of looking at soil microbiology, you can get soil microbial biomass and respiration measurements done. However, they're very sort of generic. They're not really pinpointing different sort of functional groups of the microbiome. More specific tests include microbial substrate utilization tests, where you use different substrates to sort of work out what microbial groups are there. Or if you've got a lot of money, you can get your microbial community profiling done. So this is where you send off soil DNA extracts to get sequenced for either your bacterial or fungal community structures. But often with that, not only is it very expensive, but you'll just get a huge quantity of data, but won't necessarily inform you as to how healthy your soil is or what impact different management practices are having. So this is the sort of challenge we're trying to sort of answer with this project, how to measure microbial functioning. So soil microbial communities deliver a lot of soil health ecosystem services. So these include things like nutrient cycling. So you've got nitrifying bacteria that can convert ammonium to nitrates, which is available for plant uptake. They're also very important in carrying out organic matter decomposition, which again feeds into that nutrient cycling, as well as carbon storage. Some microbes can produce sort of sticky compounds that help with soil aggregation, which is important for soil structure. And then you've got your plant growth promoting microbes that can help stimulate plant growth or enhance plant defenses against pathogen or pest attacks. And some microbes can even help with bioremediation. So if you've got an issue with contamination, say of heavy metals on your site, some microbes can sort of absorb or transform those to make the site, the soil safer. However, it's important to note that not all microbes are beneficial. You've got some that will actually increase greenhouse gas emissions, so things like nitrous oxide and methane. So it's important to know what's there and what it's doing. So onto our project. This is a project where we've collaborated with Verdant Carbon. So that's Dave and Frank Gollins, father and son, who started this company. And currently they're delivering total carbon and nitrogen sort of services, but they want to expand this, hence the project. And then from Niab, myself and Matt, who is around, have been leading it from Niab's side. And we're aiming to develop a new test that will enable you to measure and monitor soil biological health using two sort of different molecular approaches. So the first is phospholipid fatty acid, or PLFA analysis. And the second is quantitative polymerase chain reaction, or qPCR analysis, which I'll explain a bit more later, using key microbial functional genes or groups to create a sort of single test for soil biological health. So I'm just going to sort of run you very quickly through what we've been doing for the past 18 months in this project. So to begin with, we collected 236 soil samples from across sort of the south and east of England. We collected some metadata on these, sort of cropping history, management history, soil type. And then we used these to sort of optimize the two biological profiling approaches. So qPCR, you're basically measuring the abundance of different genes of interest. And so it's giving you quite a specific sort of target. So some of the genes of interest we were looking at were those involved in nutrient cycling. So particularly there are several within the nitrogen cycle I've highlighted there. Don't worry about reading, but so those were the ones we were really interested in. The one sort of downside to qPCR is that because we're using DNA extracts, that DNA could also include DNA from dead microbes as well as the living active ones. So you're not 100% sure, you know, how accurate a picture you're getting of your soil microbial community at that point in time. But that's where the PLFA analysis comes in. So PLFAs are present in the membranes of all microbial cells, but the profile of those PLFAs differs between different groups of microbes. And the good thing about PLFAs is that they degrade very rapidly after cell death. So this analysis, the picture you're getting, only represents the living active microbes. So that's quite an important distinction. There is evidence in the literature that PLFAs can be very sensitive to management practices as well as soil chemical properties. So that's really useful because you basically should get quite a quick response if you're trying out a new management practice. You should see any positive or negative changes in your PLFA analysis in terms of the effect on the microbiome. However, the sort of information you get from PLFA analysis is a bit more sort of general compared to the qPCR, which is a lot more targeted, as I said. So once we'd sort of spent time optimizing those two techniques, we complemented that with some physical and chemical analysis of all those soil samples. So we measured total carbon and nitrogen, pH, texture, and nutrient contents. And then in order to sort of find which of the markers from the PLFA and qPCR analysis were going to be most useful in determining, sort of in getting a picture of soil health, we conducted a biomass experiment in the polytunnel because we wanted to see which of those markers correlated the best with crop production, essentially. But because we wanted to get as many different soil types as possible tested, and this was an 18-month project, so we had limited time, we conducted a pot experiment. So we had 4 different crops, and we selected these mostly because they were quick, fast growing and could be grown in the pots. So we had lettuce, cabbage, leek, and perennial ryegrass. And so each of these 4 crops were grown in 88, so a subset of the 236 soil samples. We had 88 soil samples, and we had 2 pots of each soil sample per experiment, and the experiments were carried out 3 times. So after sort of between 7 and 11 weeks, we harvested the crops and measured the biomass accumulated both above and below ground from those crops. And then that comes to the results. So we've been looking at the results and looking for correlations between our biomass production of those 4 crops and the qPCR and PLFA data, as well as the other soil measurements we took. And so Matt's been making a lot of heat maps, one of which you can see here. So this is where we're looking at basically along the bottom is all the biomass data from the polytunnel experiment, and then up the vertical axis even. Those are all the different markers we looked at in the PLFA and qPCR analysis, as well as the other soil physical and chemical measurements. And some of the strong correlations that we've seen so far have included things that we would expect, so phosphorus content, potassium content, and soil pH. But there are a few of the qPCR and PLFA markers coming out as having strong correlations with some of these crop biomass. And these include 2 of the genes from the nitrogen cycle that we looked at, so the NOS-Z gene and the NOS gene. And from the PLFA analysis, the bacteria to fungal ratio is looking good as an indicator. So that's where we're at the moment. Future work, it will need more work, so I'm afraid they won't be able to offer this test just yet. But hopefully once we've secured some more funding to do longer and larger scale studies in the field, we'll get more robust data and to increase our confidence in the markers that we will use for measuring soil biological health. And then, yeah, hopefully Verdant Carbon will be able to offer it as an additional service. So watch this space. And finally, I'd just like to say thank you to all my colleagues and Verdant Carbon and Innovate UK for funding this project, and happily take any questions. Thank you.
Very much, Laura. Doesn't look like there's any questions online. So.
Hi, Flora.
Hello.
Is it likely that it will get to a point eventually where we as farmers will just be able to buy a tool that we can use to measure the soil in a given orchard?
I mean, that would be very nice. I'd say at the moment, there's quite a lot of lab work involved in the qPCR and PLFA analysis. Once we've narrowed down the markers that we're looking at, and Verdant Carbon will be working to sort of streamline that process. I think it would, at least from this approach, it would still need that lab component to it. So I think it would be a case still of collecting samples and sending off rather than getting it in the field, record it. I mean, there are, I know there are various options out there in terms of sort of live sort of results in the field. But I think in order to capture the sort of specificity that we're trying to get to with this, and to get sort of maximum usefulness and accuracy from that data, I think it still needs that lab component. But that's not to say it's impossible, never, but just not yet. Okay, thank you.
There should be some wrap-up slides. Thank you very much. So just while we get those final slides ready, Ali's asked me to remind you, particularly growers, to book onto the sprayer workshop, which is happening on the 19th of March at Adrian Scripps. So you can book that on the British Apples and Pears website. And also that the British Apples and Pears AGM is being held here in the Montford building, in this actual building. Yeah, right here on the 24th of March. Please book so we know how many lunches to supply. So for catering, please. Thank you very much.
And then I just wanted to say a massive thank you to all the presenters today, and because I know it's not just turning up on the day, it's an awful lot of work in preparation to make your presentation. So I'm very grateful to you all for giving up your time. I think they've all done a fantastic job, so I'm very, very grateful. Thank you. And then also to Ali, who made all of this possible, who had the amazing foresight to get R&D sorted for the apple and pear industry. So thank you very much. To Rob Saunders. Rob, thank you for being, well, at the end of the phone for all my technical questions. You're always very kind and very knowledgeable, so I appreciate it. Thank you. And then to the British Apples and Pears Technical Committee and the Agronomy Group, who give up so much time to help me set all the prioritizations. And I know it's often really boring task, but I really appreciate it. And then to Louise, who's been helping me recently, well, much more recently with the comms. I don't know where she is, but she's been, oh yeah, helping today. And none of the stuff I send out would make a lot of sense or be very pretty without Louise. So thank you very much. I was going to do feedback, but we're running over time, so I'll send something out by email for that one, and I've made it much simpler this year. You'll be pleased. And then yeah, just come along if I've not scanned your basis QR codes, or I've already got an awful lot of emails in my inbox about basis points, but this is a reminder of my email address for anybody who needs it, and all the slides will be available on the website after the event. So thank you very much and safe journeys.